Happy Wednesday, my dudes. Stupid. Where did that come from? Where did that? It's like a frog meme, right? Like a meme with like a fat frog on it, and he said, "It's Wednesday, my dudes." It's a vine. Yeah, it can eat my ass. I don't know why I'm in that kind of cranky mood today. I want to thank these people here. We got Jumpy8, Tenacin, Vault Boy, V Fire, and Curry Mix. Thanks for all the resubs. And Curry Mix is at 80 months, which is insane. And we got Bean Sent with 43 months. Oh, Chad says it's Jimmy here. That's a Jimmy here meme? Wow, I'll have to tell him that how unhappy I am with that meme when I see him in person for the game show. With that he is coming on at some point this year. Probably over the summer. Unironically. Not in person, but yeah. I probably let that fly a little too early. There is a chance he ends up not doing it. But he expressed a big interest. Yeah, he's definitely he's excited for it. It seems, yeah, he wants that. Again, things could change, things happen, you know. But as of right now, he totally granular. He seems totally down as of right now. So, yeah, for real. So as one of the people like I was telling you, like I don't know him very well. Obviously, I don't. I did hang out with him really briefly in Las Vegas on stream. I don't know how many of you remember that. But when we emailed him, he was like, "Oh yeah, I remember him. Like, game show sounds cool." So he looks like he's gonna do it at the moment. Yeah. Eddie J, thanks for 17 months. And also we got Gay Bird Moment. Thank you for the Ko-fi donation. We also thank you. I'm getting confused here. Yeah. But yeah, again, I usually play it closer to the chest. I mean, you saw what happened on the 8th. You know, I hate telling everybody that somebody's gonna be there and then they can't be there. So I mean, big disclaimer when I tell you we've been talking with Jimmy. Ash, thanks for 44 months. Mega disclaimer that things change, plans change, people's schedules are, you know, like shit happens, you know. It's hard to put the episodes together. I've been telling you guys that. Doesn't Ethel and Yan know Jimmy, or am I making that up? No, they introduced me to him. Is what happened, yeah. In Vegas. We were eating at what the fuck? The Venetian? We went to dinner. I was streaming this. You guys don't remember? Some of you remember this. I was live. Oh no, wait, I wasn't live, right? Nyanners was live, right? Is what I wasn't. I was I streaming that? I don't even fucking remember. Oh, I think it was on her. Actually, I think it was on her channel. Actually, yeah. That was when Nyanners locked herself in the bathroom. That was fucking legendary because we set up a bit to like fuck with her. Like we were gonna make her think we abandoned her there, and we set up the backpack so she could like get back to the table and see it was gone and not see anybody. And then like we sat there for like 15 minutes like, yo, when is she gonna come out of the bathroom so we can like, you know, laugh at her? And then we find out that she accidentally locked herself in there and we had to get an employee to let her out. And we were sitting there like, oh, this is gonna be so funny. When's it gonna happen? And Ethel Sam was like, yeah, she takes huge poops and stuff, you know. Yo, Va, thanks for 23 months. He was like, oh yeah, she must be like constipated or something. Yeah. Her luck countered the gag. Yeah, we Tectone was there. He's a interesting dude. I've talked with him a few times. I've never had problems with him. Personally, I know he's a bit of a spicy figure, but my interactions with him have been very pleasant personally. Sibling tier level prank. Yeah, it was fucking incredible. I just wish it was almost honestly it was better that it didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? Like it was better that it didn't like it was almost funnier that it didn't happen. Does that make sense? We got Esh Va, thank you for the resubs. What's tonight's plan? We're gonna look at this rabbit hole video. It's by a guy named Fredrik Knudsen. The guy looks like he's some sort of twink furry. It looks like here based on what I'm. Whoa, hold the fort. Yeah, it says here he's a gay furry. Who gets milked? They milk him. They milk him what for? What like? Like another kind of milk, or? It says here he just recently found his moo. What kind of computer you have? He just found his moo, this funny little guy. Yo, what's up, Alizarin? What Pokemon do you hate the most on a design level because it sucks to play with? For an art thing. Oh, it's got, I think is it Vinemon related? I think it's probably got to be Vinemon related, right? Someone said Nose Pass, but I have to tell you something. I remember the first time I saw Nose Pass, I was like, I hate this thing, like, a lot, right? But I don't know. I think I was using one in one of my playthroughs, and it just really grew on me. And once I figured out, like, what they were going for, it actually became a pretty fucking fun Pokemon design, in my opinion. Like, because I didn't, at first I didn't understand what it was. I was like, what is this fucking, it's like a guy with a big nose. What? And then I realized, what the fuck is it? He's supposed to be one of these, essentially, is what it is. It's a Moi Compass mix. Well, it's that, right? I think the starting point was like, okay, you do have to admit it's a pretty goddamn convoluted design. But you start with the Moi statue. And then they were like, oh yeah, it's a compass. Right? But, like, compasses work with magnets. Like, compasses are magnetic. I think that's, again, the kind of the crux of the entire concept. He's like a magnet Pokemon. Right? I think that's what he's called. And then, which is funny, because, like, Magnemite, you know, and then he's got the metal shavings, right? Like, all over him, right? Or something. And that's the nod to this. Because this is essentially just a fucking magnet that you use this thing to, like, give him facial hair, and you see the point. I don't know, do they still sell these? Like, can you still get these? Some old, actually, I don't know why I'm asking you that when I literally just pulled this off Amazon.com, this image. Clearly, you can still get these things. Right, the Evolution Probo Pass has the metal shavings as facial hair. Right. The pre-evolution doesn't have it, but then the evolution has it. Why it's a gigantic nose is the part where they lost me. I don't know what the fuck I don't know why that. Is this a bit? Why would it be a bit, asshole? Mike, I have a headache. Can you make it go away? Ah! Better? The nose is the arrow of the compass. Elizarin, your question didn't get answered. I don't think it's Nose Pass. The Pokemon I hate the most. I mean, it's tough, man, because there's so many, right? Like, there's just so many to. You know, it's not like there's 10 of them and I could just tell you. You know, There's at least 3 Pokemon. The keys? I don't know. The keys are fun. The keychain. The keychain is another one that sort of grew on me, you know. Also, the ice cream cone. I hated it, and then I used it in a fucking playthrough, and I was like, okay, I love this guy. Remember the cone? Remember Cone Zone? Right. I mean, granted, it's an ice type, which is ass, but again, the ice type is just a liability in Pokemon, right? You'd think they would have done something to address that at some point. Like, you'd think they would have, I don't know, tweaked the balancing of the game to make ice Pokemon worth using in any way, shape, or form, but they just never did it. As far as I know. It's been buffed in Gen 9 because of snow. They did with snow. Well, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, so it has to be snowing for the Pokemon to be viable. I don't know about water Pokemon are viable without it raining. Right? Like, what are we even talking about here? They want to have shit Pokemon on purpose. Yeah, but you don't do it that way. You do it by making individual Pokemon shit, not an entire type is shit. The snow will multiply defense. Oh, so this is a brand new thing that you're talking about, actually. History of keeping dragons in check since Gen 1. Yeah, but there's other ways to keep dragons in check, I thought. Like dragons is the big one, right? Mike, it's a baby game. You can beat them by spamming A. I used to think that until I played, you know, competitively and checked out, like, the battle tower in the post-game and shit. Because I never really fucked around with a Pokemon post-game, I think, till, like, Gen 7. And then I was like, and then that's when I stopped believing what you just said. Like, Pokemon can be pretty technical and fucking intense. And there's a lot of different ways that you could play. You know, it's really, there's a lot of different viable things. Pokemon's not, yeah, it's not interestingly enough, like, it's not for babies. You know, I mean, it is for babies, but I mean, once you see credits, you know, the baby game is over. There's a lot to remember. Yeah, there's a lot to, yeah, you gotta know your shit. Remember, I forgot something very crucial during the Pokemon, the Twitch Rivals tournament. I forgot something extremely important during at a really important moment, and it, like, fucked my ass to oblivion. I will never forget that as long as I live, by the way. Like, I had an incredible answer to the situation in front of me, and I basically forgot. And just got bodied because I forgot that my Pokemon had a certain move. I was just basically ignoring an option that I had in front of me. It was chat's fault. It was kind of chat's fault. It wasn't chat's fault. Genuinely, it was not. Like, I like to fuck around, joke. That happened because it was sad to watch. It must have been really, really painful to watch that. Like, genuinely. That must have been fucking gut-wrenching to watch me sit there and just mentally blank on, like, what move to use. I had an incredible fucking answer that was right in front of me, and I fumbled so hard. And I had, like, 3 chances to recover, and I fumbled every single, like... I didn't understand that I was supposed to use a certain move. And it really is sickening when I think about it. The fucking... Yeah, I actually have to try not to think about that because of how much it pisses me off. He must have really memory holed it if he doesn't blame it on chat. Because it wasn't chat's fault. Like, genuinely, it wasn't. I remember blaming a bunch of things on chat during that stream. But that was... Like, that ultimately had to rest with me. Like, show the clip. I don't have it. I'm not gonna go digging for a fucking clip right now. As Guilehawk points out, without chat, you never would have made it to that situation. Absolutely. I wouldn't have been in a position to eat shit like that if chat didn't basically coach me through the entire team building process. Yeah. Like, straight up. And again, chat actually set me up for victory really, really well. I was the one who I fucking forgot. I just didn't. I had a fucking senile Mike moment and didn't understand that there was a move I was supposed to use in a certain situation. If anyone wants to find the clip, well, I mean, it's not even, it was like a fucking 10-minute ordeal. And then it's like, you know, a bunch of chatters acted cringe by, like, going into the other person's chat room and being cringe. It was really sad and stupid. There was a little bit of, yeah, there was a little krungo. Chat got a little krungo that night. Unfortunately. He forgore. I forgore. The only thing I remember is a cheater. There was somebody cheating, right, Alizarin? I still didn't answer your question. I mean, listen, I can't think of a Pokemon that I really despise. I'm sure, I know, I remember thinking that to myself, like, I hate this little fucker. I just can't put my fingy on it. How were they cheating? They were doing something that the rules forbid. Right. They were doing it anyway. They were just doing something they weren't supposed to do. I don't remember what it was. Spiders in condom! You're talking about, that was Pokemon Fusion. That's obviously not a real Pokemon. Licky Licky is ugly. Say Charizard for the meme. You know what? You know what? I will. Alizarin, it's Charizard. The answer is Charizard. I fucking hate Charizard, okay? He's a bald loser. A fat, bald loser, okay? And I hate him. Shitty Pokemon, shitty design. Mike, have you ever considered passing a kidney stone for content? Bro, I did that like 5 years ago. Have you looked at my YouTube channel? Fucking try to keep up, dude. I wonder if there's media in the media share. What do you think, chat? You think there's meteor in there? You think there's meteor? Can we get much meteor than this? I don't think we can. What's the... What is this? Alright, we got some bangers. Some bangers in here? I mean, I think this is like the source material. Okay, so this is from Vincent Dots. They said everybody everybody's gonna yick the fuck out. Okay, it says she's dicking out, it says. She is deking out. Deking. She's milking out. Yeah, milking. Wow. It's a postmodern meme. You wouldn't get it. Rigor Mortis, thank you so much for the tier 1, dude. Freak! Guys, this is a fresh freak. We're gonna need some dumpies up in this bitch. Thank you, Vince. Going directly into the to be sorted. No, I gotta stop making that joke. That is not cool. This is from... Holy shit! There's so many bangers in here tonight. This is from Art Chick. It says, this is old, a month at this point. Mike got Capybara as his result on a personality persona test that Wisp gave him. I remember that. And they drew him as the Capybara. Kind of looks like an Animal Crossing character. It's probably just thinking that because of the shirt. Come in me, bro. And he's got the toothpick and shit, right? Look at that. It's actually pretty fun. I'd have him on my island. Come in me, bro. Thank you so much, Art Chick. We also got a little something from Tyler Novak. I think... I'm not quite sure what it's referencing. Little shit post I made based on real events. All right, we got Steam games, 40 gigabytes. VTuber models I'll never use again, 8 gigabytes. Yep. Anti-mouse cursor virus, 5 gigabytes. Fred Knudsen cow print bikini porn, 2 terabytes. Stream stuff, 20 gigabytes. It's kind of relevant to the stream too. You know, I love that when that happens. Someone who is good with computer shit, please help me manage this. Everything keeps fucking up. Delete the Fred pics. Said XXX Chatoid69XXX. No. Listen, there's some darlings you just can't kill, all right? Beefy Fred Knudsen is not one of them. It's funny because he's beefy because he's a cow, but he's not, you know, he's also a twink, so. What the fuck was I just gonna say? God damn it. I totally forgot what the fuck I was gonna say. Oh, come! Mike, speaking of the dinosaur, Joel outright confessed he declined the GIF on purpose to, I quote, be a penis about it. Can you guys do me a favor? Like, I genuinely, like, go annoy the fuck out of him to stream that. You know the way he comes in here and he gives me, like, fucking toilet simulator? And then everybody's like, play Joey's game. Play Joey's game. Play Joey's game. Go, Mike, play Joey's game. Now I'm going to ask you guys to do that in the reverse and make him play the dinosaur with double Ds. Okay? Now I'm asking for the... Don't annoy him. I'm just fucking around. Don't actually do that. Don't actually. Is he in possession of the game or not? La Panzo... I cannot pronounce that. La Pankatsu. Second time's the charm, bro. Thanks for checking out my channel for the first time. Really appreciate that, buddy. Also, lots of sequins with 7 months of support. Thank you so much. Did he say he's gonna play it, or is he being like a bitch about it? Like, what did he say? He read one message about playing it yesterday, and he said no. Okay, so he's gonna be a little bitch about it. Okay, understood. I'm gonna bust. Don't worry. I'll be busting his balls a little bit to get to it. You should understand something, and I think here's the truth. Okay, if you guys know Joel, you know that is aggressively not a Joel game. Like, that is not something he'd ever fucking do. Like, not even remotely would he ever fucking play something like that willingly. Like, not even fucking close. He would never, ever, ever play that game. Buying him that was a straight up fucking waste of money. Like, he is not gonna fucking play that. Someone said he hates women and sex. It is 1,000,000% something he wouldn't play. But, as someone in chat pointed out, that's why it'll be peak. That's actually why it would be peak if he played it. That's why, right? Because because it's something he would never fucking do. Yo, male VTuber 9000. Thank you for coming to check out my channel tonight. I hope you're having a blessed Wednesday. Thank you. Not only does he not do visual novels, but I also don't think he would stream like a fetish game. And I think like trying to fucking like call that a fetish game is... You kind of can't argue with it. Like, we know it's not, but how are you going to convince him that it isn't? You're not going to do that. And I'll tell you something else. It's ironic, but like, does he care? No. I don't think so. Yeah. Oh, also, there's a really important factor that you guys are forgetting. It's a visual novel, and this fucking guy cannot read. So, I don't know how, like, maybe maybe like Frank helps him or something. Like, I don't know how we do. Oh, it's okay. Cry. Thank you for 8 months of support. Use this money and get a better webcam, you loser. What the fuck is wrong with the webcam? Are you serious? He played a Cthulhu dating sim a few years ago. He absolutely has played shit like this. Alright. Okay. Maybe. Well, You know what it is? It's not HD. You know, like, I mean, I could, if I really, really wanted to, and I thought it was going to be worth the effort. The reason I'm not doing this is because I know it's not going to be worth the effort. Retro Dog, thanks for 16 months. I can go get one of the game show cameras and set it up in here. And fucking capture it and have, but there'll be some tech fuckery probably, but I think I could make it work. And then have a fucking, it's not gonna be 4K because it'll be a 4K picture, but Twitch isn't gonna broadcast it. It doesn't broadcast at 4K, so it's gonna end up being 1080p anyway. And it's gonna fucking look like shit. I mean, it's gonna look better than this. It would look better than this. It would look significantly better than this, yeah. But why? Like, honestly, why? Why do that? Again, it would be wasted effort. Like, I don't think anybody would give a shit. There wouldn't be... People wouldn't be like, oh my god, look, I could see his fucking pimples and shit. Click. You know, like, fucking gross. Well, I could see his blackheads. This is poggers. Finally, JabroniMike stream is watchable. No, man. I don't. The more I think about it, the less sense it makes. It's like, why? My guy was watching Northern Lion stream, and his camera kept freezing, and he had to reset it every 20 minutes, and if you can believe it, he didn't scream "come" in a fit of rage even once. And that's a good thing or a bad thing? Unplugging this camera at all would introduce several thousand new tech issues. This guy gets it. I'm gonna tell you something. I went that one night where we had the issue with the cursor disappearing. I just got way too angry. Like, that was not good. Like, that was, I just been thinking about that so much. Like, again, anybody who saw that, like, I'm actually, I maybe you haven't been here since then, but I'm hoping everybody hears my honest to God, like, unironic apology for that, because that was bad. That was, like, actually bad. Like, that wasn't even, like, funny. Like, it was just fucking, it was fucked up. Did you end up fixing it? No. No, I have a couple of different options I can look into for fucking, because you know what it is? I mean, strangely, Epic sent me something that I've been just meaning to get to, but haven't gotten to yet, because there is so much shit going on in my day-to-day right now that even thinking about sitting there and trying to do something like that gives me tremendous fucking anxiety. Like, I genuinely. And I just end up procrastinating it and procrastinating. I don't know if it's like an ADHD thing or something. And it is one of those things where I understand, and this is one of the... what I'm about to say is something that people who don't suffer from this condition will never, ever, ever understand, no matter how many times it's explained to them. But I'm going to try right now anyway, okay? And I hope that people who have people in their life who suffer from ADHD that they get frustrated with can hear this and maybe try to understand that person like a little bit more with this, okay? I know full fucking well that if I go try to troubleshoot this mouse disappearing thing, it is going to take probably 3 minutes. At the same time, there is a tremendous anxiety associated with doing it, to the point where it's actually terrifying. And I know you can't understand that, but I'm saying this knowing how insane that sounds. I know full well how insane that sounds, because I've been trying to explain this to people my entire life. I know. Some of you understand it. I'm surprised at how many of you seem like you understand it, frankly. And again, the thing that pisses me off, like, and I know this too. I know if I go deal with that and it's over in 3 minutes, I'm going to be like, that was it. Why didn't you do that sooner? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then I'm going to be angry at myself for not doing it. You know? And, oh, it's fucking insane. And this is with me being medicated. Right? Like, oh, so I don't fucking know. And it's something that's really important too. And it's just like I can't do it because I'm so burnt out from all the other shit in the day-to-day, you know. And it's not even like there's not time I could do. There's definitely time where I could like fit it in and get it done. But it's just like I look at it and I'm like, no. You know, and it's just like, it's so stupid, especially in fucking light of the way I reacted to it that night and how frustrating that fucking was, you know. And it's like, it's almost like I'm living with a debilitating condition that actively makes my life challenging in my day-to-day life. And it's almost like that because that's exactly what it is. And that's going to happen again. The cursor is going to vanish again. And it's only going to be my fault because I didn't do anything about it when I had the opportunity to do something about it. Like, does that make sense? And then I'm not mad at anybody but myself. It's an actual, by definition, disability. It's a weird one. I will grant. It's not like, you know, I'm in a wheelchair or I have like, you know, fucking, I'm diabetic or something. But it is a fucking, yeah, it's not a physical thing. I think it can lead to physical things. Especially if you want to start, like, doing that with exercise, for example. Right? So, Windows does a lot of... I mean, obviously, the fault with whatever this issue is something to do with Windows or Firefox or who the fuck knows. It's some tech thing. But, like, when there's a possible solution in front of me and I don't investigate it for a fucking week, whose fault is that? You know? So, the stress levels it can cause alone can cause physical damage. It's a cascade thing. You know, it's a cascading effect. It's an avalanche effect, you know. And it can end up being something physical. But again, I fully concede it's a fucking weird... It's a weird disability. Again, it's just like, just do the thing, asshole. Just fucking do it. It's like, I know! Do you think I don't know that? There's legitimate... I can't because there's something wrong with me. It'll take 3 minutes. I know it'll take 3 minutes. I know that. Yeah, you just end up sitting there and yelling at yourself. Yeah. It's fucking insane. And I can't tell you how many times where it's like, you know, I'll procrastinate. Sometimes something gets procrastinated for fucking months. And then I finally do it and I'm like, bro, that was it? That was it? It took seconds. I don't know. I don't know how I got this far in life like this. I genuinely fucking don't. I genuinely fucking don't. Which is why, like, I genuinely, I hope and pray that my career gets to a point where I am making enough money where I can do what some other creators I know have done and actually hire a fucking assistant and put him on a payroll. Where, like, you just have a fucking employee who's like your secretary and they get a fucking salary. You know what I mean? Like, that's a fucking dream for me. Like, that's a life goal for me to have that. You know? Isn't that Bun Time? Absolutely not, dude. Bun Time has a 9-to-5 fucking job and doesn't have time to fucking wipe my ass. I mean, in the figurative sense. Literally, she does change my diapers, but in the figurative sense, no, she can't be doing that. No. She does help me with a lot of stuff. That's for sure. When I tell her, like, especially when it comes to, like, the game show, for example. She's helped out a lot with a lot of things here and there, especially in regards to the game show. But that is pretty far from a fucking, 24/7 assistant / secretary, whatever the fuck. Who's bun time? Someone said. Your mother. It's crazy to me you have a decently consistent schedule. I cannot keep schedules for shit with my ADHD. That was something I had to try really hard to, like, drill into myself, right? And it was important that I had a schedule. When I started looking into, like, taking streaming a little bit more seriously, when I realized that was, like, something that could potentially be a career for me, and I decided I wanted that, I said, all right, you got to stop fucking around. You got to make a schedule, right? And granted, some of the streamers around me didn't have schedules really to speak of. You want to talk about, like, Vinny had, like, a loose schedule. He still doesn't really have a schedule. Like, he kind of sort of goes live around the same time, sort of, right? And forget Joel. Joel's not even worth talking about here because the fucking guy, his schedule's like, if he has one, it's only known to, like, astral beings or some shit, where it's like every third Tuesday at 3:12 a.m. he goes live for fucking 4 hours or something like that, but only on a fucking leap year when Mercury's in retrograde or some fucking shit. Like, that's his schedule if he has one, yeah. But then understand this, right? So I'm trying to have a career in the shadows of these larger streamers. So what I started trying to do was I was like, okay, well, you really, if you want people to actually watch you, you're going to have to work around their schedules and try to plan your streams when they're not live, because as long as you're doing this, there's going to be a ton of people that, are always going to prefer to watch them. Not fucking nothing personal, like nothing like to be butthurt about, like that's just the way it is. But it is a tangible reality that I had to fucking, like, accept. And once that came into play, I was like, yeah, you got to have a schedule, son. I mean, you can't just fucking those guys can go live whenever they want, but not you. So that was one of the things that made me realize, like, yeah, you can't just be, if you do want to take this seriously, you should probably avoid, overlapping your streams with them, I mean, would it, but you know what, and here's the other thing too, I feel like it's better for your viewers to say, like, I know when he's going to be live. Right? Like, definitively, I know when he's going to be live. Right? And I mean, who on earth, like take ADHD out of the equation, right? Like, who on earth wouldn't love this insane flexibility of, like, yeah, I go to work when I want. I feel like going to work at 8 a.m. tomorrow, I'll do it. I feel like doing it at fucking midnight, sure, I'll do it. Yeah, whatever, I'll do it whenever I feel. Who the fuck wouldn't love that? But is it great for the audience? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think, because I think, again, an audience generally wants to know when the thing that they like to watch is going to be watchable, is going to be happening. Like, imagine showing up to the, like, I mean, think about it. Like, imagine you show up to the movie theater, and I know there's obviously a little bit of a different thing, and you're like, I want to see Sonic 3 at fucking, I bought tickets online to see Sonic 3 at 4:30, and they're like, we just decided to play it at 5:42. Because fuck it, And you're like, oh, all right, I'll just sit here for an hour, sure, I didn't have anything better to do, you know? Like, I feel like, you know, in the real world, you can't do that, so why can you do it here? Is my thought, right? Like, does that, because this is the real world. Believe it or not. Right. And it's also good for your channel growth to have a consistent, again, unless you're Joel. Mike, misses streaming on a Thursday and loses 100 followers. Joey, streams 240p werewolf videos every harvest moon at 3 a.m. Viewership increased by 1,000. I think I can explain a little bit. Not a little bit. Maybe one factor in, like, the Joey success. And I think it's, like... I think Germ is proving it right now, too. If you make people miss you, it can be a pretty powerful thing, right? Like, if you give people a little taste and then you just disappear, right? And you kind of give people a little bit more space. I cannot have a serious conversation with Big Shot playing, bro. And you know what I mean? And you give it a little bit of space and a little bit of rarity to it. You know, you give a little bit of, you make it feel a little bit more special when you do it less. That's what I'm trying to say, right? And then everybody you get FOMO, right? I feel that Joey always gives 100% in his streams, which helps bring in the viewers. Balance Hero, are you under the impression that this isn't 100% right now? Like, what are you trying to say here? What is this? I'm sorry. Is this 99.8%? Is that what you fucking think? I'm sorry. Is that what you think is going on? You think I'm not putting my whole pussy into this thing? All right. If I wasn't putting my whole pussy into this thing right now, okay, would I shove this fucking Xbox controller up my ass? Slowly and painfully for the next 2 to 3 minutes? You tell me, bro. You tell me. Oh! Ah! Ah! It's not real. I was just kidding. I didn't really do that. That'd be inappropriate if I did that. Oh, you know. There's a disturbing trend here of somebody saying something like that, right? And then me immediately resorting to, putting something in my ass. Yo, Konzo, thanks for 45 months, buddy. He's getting anal probed. Watch out. Yeah, it was remarkable. I've been thinking about Gray Hill incident a lot, and it's like, why is the game makes the anal probe thing look like strictly sexual, right? Like, it doesn't, again, because you fucking, like, those things were straight up dildos, not even like attached to anything. They were just dildos laying around everywhere with blood on them. Right? Like, straight up just hanging out. Like, they were straight up fucking dildos. They even had flared bases and shit. There was just dildos all over the place, just hanging out. Like the aliens were doing it to get off. Yeah, that's what the game makes it seem like. It's not for science or something. Research, you know, it's very hard to take seriously. Yeah, man. Like, and I think that was one of the things, right? Like, that whole time, I'm like, between the aliens, like, sucking you off and the fucking bloody dildos, like, laying around, I'm like, is this parody or dilds aplenty? Dilds aplenty, dude. Was it, like, ironic or not? What were they going for? It was just the aliens again. They traveled all those light years just for ass play, basically. I mean, you hear somebody getting probed. You imagine an instrument that you're in a fucking some kind of device that's like probing your body. It's not. I would imagine just every orifice, not just that one. But no, they just reduced the entire thing to like a fucking dildos. Bloody dildos just hanging out, just haphazardly strewn about the place. Okay, yeah, that's what the aliens would do, yeah. Right, that's what they would do. It was lousy with dildos. Dan, episode 1. Fred. Mike, there are furries who will cross continents for ass play. It is well within feasibility. But those are furries, not aliens. Traditionally, the depiction of the gray aliens seems like they don't have any kind of body hair at all. Right? So, he's not putting 100%. I'm putting 100% of my pussy into every fucking second of every fucking stream, bro. Next time somebody says something, I'm going to learn how to juggle just to fucking shut those people up. I'm going to fucking learn how to juggle. How hard could it fucking be? I have been the drill. We got, you know what? No, I'm going to juggle with Camel Toe Joe and this moose. Come! Oh, I almost got this. Fuck! That was a close one, guys. Trick shot simulator. %. Guys, this is the new meme. This 100% thing is the new meme. I'm telling you right now, this is the new thing. Come! This is the new thing. Lurker from chat, thanks for 48 months. He put the 200% of his kapusi. 100% of my kapusi is going into this right now. I'm gonna learn how to do like fucking Cirque du Soleil gymnastics. Hang from the fucking ceiling and like suck cock. Right here, so people can't say that anymore. I'm gonna learn how to sword swallow. Fred, do you think I could sword swallow? We'll call it Jerk du Soleil. Jerk du Soleil. 100% to pussy. 100% kapusi. Ah! All right, the juggling thing might be a little hard. I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. Mike, you would benefit from learning more key jingling antics. Yeah. What else you guys got? Yeah, I think I'm ready for 3 chainsaws. I'm ready for 3 chainsaws. What kind of key jingling activities? Sorry, Mike. Vinny already put 2 controllers in his ass. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a controller up my ass, and then I'm going to use it while it's up there to beat Elden Ring no hit. Using only my fucking anus and prostate to control the character. I'm also going to do it without leveling up my character. Vinny did that too. I'm not going to level my character at a single time. I'm not going to use any of the shrines to level up. The boy button. Anyone can do that, idiot. Yeah. Vinny shit himself. Oh yeah, what happened with that? Did he die? Did he die of shit? Dies of shit. He's dead? Shit. Rip. Rip to a real one. Bro Bold, thank you for the 5 gifted, man. Thank you so much. He died, but he got better. Is Vinny Mike's equivalent of The Simpsons? Did it? Yes. Yeah, of course he is. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, he is. And I yearn for the day. I yearn and pray for the day. Like I just one of my greatest hopes and probably my most insane fantasy, right? In the deepest, darkest parts of my fucking psyche, is that one day Zoe Entropy, thanks for 17 months. Is that one day Vinny tries to do something and everybody goes, Mike did it already. Mike did it. I want to have an entire chat tell him Mike did it. Then that's how I'll know I'm finally I've actually really truly made it on my own. When that happens. Right. That's already happened. No, it has to happen on the scale that it happens to me. If that happens to him on the scale that it happens to me, that's how I'll know I've actually made it, like in my own right. You know. Vinny didn't play the Dino Titty game yet. I think we probably should fix that, no? You want me to buy for him too? We should. I feel like we should probably fix that. All right. Mike, are you implying that Has Been Hotel is The Simpsons but more edgy? Yeah. Very cute. Hey Fred, do you want to get in a call and look at this porno that you made, that you starred in? This cow porn? Cow porn. Cow porn. Joel was asking last night if the dinosaur was a foot game. Do not spoil anything for him, okay? You're good to go, Fred? I'm going to call up Frankie Fatnuts, and then I'm going to add him to the semen. Well, let me get this in here. I want to put his name in here. Fredrik K. Got him. Okay. All right. I'm gonna give you a call. Fred, you ready to call, buddy? Can you add his Fugi? I think so. Yeah, I think I can do that. You want to see Fat Nuts Fugi?
Well, I'm here now.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hello.
I was really looking forward to hanging out with you tonight, bud.
I've been looking forward to this too. I am very sorry that I couldn't come on Saturday. I managed to not double book myself for once.
Fred, what happened Saturday? I don't remember. What are we even talking about?
I was playing the Norfolk Wizard game.
Oh, right. Yeah. Because we were originally going to do this Saturday. Yeah. How was that game? How was the Norfolk Wizard game?
It was such a good session. Did
you get your balls drained?
The Norfolk.
What is it? It's like D&D, right? It's like D&D.
It's different setting, different system, but yeah, tabletop RPG.
Viscount, thank you for 50 months. I'm just going to say this right now. If you sub going forward, I appreciate it, but I'm not going to be talking over. I thank you in advance. I'm not going to be talking over Frank to thank subs.
Yeah.
So what happened? You tell me about the sesh.
It's done in Mage the Ascension, which is World of Darkness, same world as Vampire the Masquerade. So if you're familiar with Vampire the Masquerade, same universe.
That's also tabletop. Yeah, this is all nerd tabletop.
Correct. Yeah. But there's also a very, very popular game called like Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, right? That was set in that world. You might have heard of that one.
So like did you get in some RP? I have heard of Vampire the Masquerade.
We got some big RP in. It was very cool.
What if we do a tabletop game where like it's like, we're all farm animals and we RP as the farm animals. Like, I don't know. I feel like you could be like maybe. I could be like
I could be the cow.
I was thinking. I mean, hypothetically. If you got the milk for it, I don't know if you got the milk for that RP.
Do you think?
I don't know if you got it.
Do you think that I could do you think I could have my strength stat go into how hard I could squeeze my udders and like the distance I could shoot the milk?
I think the milk squirt is probably a fucking crit roll to see if it would
have to be crit. Okay.
Yeah, I think if you don't roll the crit, it's just gonna trickle out like sadly and pathetically.
Well, that's its own kind of success.
Yeah, some people will like that, but I mean that's pretty bad. Chat's like bad, bad. Y'all are really milking the cow thing. Wow, no one said that before.
Oh.
I wanted to ask you before we get into the fucking video that you made, because that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna watch Fred's rabbit hole video, guys. Did you play against the new automatons yet in Helldivers? I
have not. I've been lodged in Monster Hunter.
You go. Oh no! Shit!
Yeah.
You're playing Monster Hunter.
I'm playing Mon Hunt.
What rank are you?
30-something, 38 at this point.
I think you're a little bit. I think you're a little bit ahead of me. I feel like I'm 30-something, like early. I think I just hit like 30.
We're around the same. I just beat post-game Jindahan, so.
Oh yeah, no, me too. We're in like the same exact spot.
We're in the exact same place.
Yeah, we're pretty much in like almost the exact same place. That's wild.
Yeah.
Stream it. I fucking can't because it makes my computer shit itself.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
You want to play together sometime? On stream, off stream, whatever.
I'd like to fucking stream the game. It's been pissing me off that I can't. But and I really don't understand why I can't. Have you streamed this?
I haven't.
Right. Maybe I was curious if you would have had the same issue that I did.
Okay, so I know that you can go in and fix a typo in a config file that really helps frame rates. That's is what I have heard. I have not investigated this myself.
That's fucking crazy and stupid.
If maybe I could peek into that if you would like.
Yeah, give it a little peeky poo.
Oh, the patch notes said they did optimization. Did they? Okay. I would giving it another shot.
I would try it right now if I didn't want, Fred, OBS was crashing due to this game's performance. OBS crashed and ended my stream like twice. During the one stream I tried to do. Yeah.
That doesn't sound like a graphics problem. That sounds like some sort of weird.
I genuinely have no fuck. There might be something like really wrong with my computer. I'm too afraid to find out because it's like going to the doctor and because you're afraid you find out you have a tumor. You're just like, if I don't go, the tumor doesn't exist.
Right.
So if I don't take in the computer, they're not going to tell me there's a $4,000 fucking problem with it.
Right, like how they say a watched pot never boils. Only watched tumors grow. If you don't watch the tumor,
it's so stupid.
It's like the opposite of a watched pot.
Yeah, it's so dumb. So let me go find this this video. You did it on Boatmurdered, which
we covered a couple years ago.
We've actually talked about before. So what happened? I think last time we just did a stream together like this, and basically we took turns reading the Reddit. It was a Reddit post, like a really long Reddit post, right? Is what it was?
No, no, this well predates Reddit. This was 2006.
So
this
what the
was
fuck
on Something Awful, baby.
Something Awful was from Something Awful.
Yeah.
Boatmurdered.
When we read it together, we just read the entire thing.
You said it wasn't
I'm
going
to tell you right now. I'm
being a dick. I'm being a dick. I'm being a dick.
I know. I sensed it immediately. There's a particular tone of voice that you use where you're trying to sound natural while you're being a dick, but I've known you for long enough that I can detect it.
What does it sound like? Can you imitate it? Like, I want to hear your imitation of it.
It's like, you're not trying to mess with me, right? Right? You start slurring your words just a little bit, and you start the sentence a little higher, you bring it down, and you end it somewhere in the middle. He's
got it down to a fucking science.
I do.
I thought you were just gonna scream "come" or "hey feet" or something when I asked you to imitate it. I didn't know you were actually.
No, that's when you're being completely earnest. No, you say that when you're being totally earnest.
All right, I'm gonna share my screen with you. Let's kind of get this bad boy going. Can you see the?
Yes, I can.
Can you see the action here?
Yes, I can. I will say there is one thing I want to mention before we start.
Yep.
I figured that we might watch this on your stream, and I want you to know that when we read Boatmurdered back in the day, a couple years ago now,
yeah, it's quite some time ago actually.
That for someone who does not play Dwarf Fortress, straight reading the thread is not the optimal way to experience Boatmurdered.
Right. If you don't play the game, because the game, I have some experience with the game now. It's very complex. And kind of convoluted.
It's one of those
right?
games that like it has a very, very steep learning curve, like to get the basics.
Yeah, for sure.
The Steam version does a better job of it. I'll go as far to say it does a decent job of it. But there are still some little intricacies that you kind of have to learn. Once you get over that initial hump, it's not that bad, I would say.
I'm going to put Frank over here. I got your Fugi. Pretty cute.
Yeah, isn't he good? Wiggly.
He's a wiggly boy. But yeah, I feel like you picked a good topic here because of what you just said. I think.
Yeah, there weren't very many videos about Boatmurdered.
Yeah.
And I figured that it could use the proper outsider who knows nothing about the game treatment, right? Like, my job is literally taking complicated things and making them digestible. Boatmurdered is perfect for that. And I wanted to get a video done really quickly, and it was something I knew didn't go any deeper. It's something I could guess at how long it would take to make. And so it just was very convenient because we were, the video that we were going to make ended up going deeper than we thought. And so while my new research assistant was digging into that, I made this little video that I knew exactly how much there was going to be.
Fred has an assistant.
Yeah.
See that we were literally just, I don't know how long you were in chat, but we were just talking about that. By the way, I'm going to @ you on Twitter real quick. If you want, or would you retweet this? If you want like the stream notification and shit. All right, I added you in it. So I forgot what I was going to fucking say. I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see how much of this I'm going to remember from us reading it like five fucking years ago or something.
I am willing to bet that a lot of it will be unrecognizable.
Yeah, right. I am getting up there in age, aren't I? I do remember the elephants, the rampaging elephants. I remember that.
I'm going to level with you. Yeah. It's less that it was a while ago, because I think that the major plot points are going to be very obvious. Yeah. I think that it's very easy to, as someone who doesn't play Dwarf Fortress, to lose track of all of the little shit that goes on.
Yeah. Right. By the way, before I forget to ask you this, I guess I shouldn't ask you this live because it puts you on the spot, but I feel like we're in that place where we could do that with each other. Do you want to do a fucking real estate stream next week?
Yeah, sure. When are you thinking?
Maybe like Wednesday?
Wednesday?
Yeah.
Let me think. Oh, let me double check.
Yeah, I feel like we have.
Because I also am doing another. Yes, that should work.
Sick.
That'll work just fine.
Sick. Can we have Fred a little louder? Yeah. Oh, by the way, mods. I want to know if Friday, we got enough YouTube poops to do some poopies. Do a little poopy stream. Do a little doo-doo, YouTube doo-doo stream on Friday. Do we got enough of them? Is it good? Can you, how do you like adjust somebody's fucking volume on Discord when you're streaming your screen? Because I can't access your fucking volume right now.
Oh, so you left click on the window, then you right click on my face rather than the.
Thank you.
It should, yeah, there you go.
All right. Can you say what you had for breakfast?
I had cereal. I combined regular cornflakes and chocolate cornflakes, and I was transported back 20 years.
When a cowboy furry twink eats breakfast cereal, does he use his own milk?
Oh no, he chews that cud, right? Like it's dry. You got to save that milk for when it counts.
How is his volume, chat? How is his? You got to save it up. You got to no fap that shit.
Yeah.
Is it good now? All right, I'm gonna play the video. You ready?
We good?
Then
okay.
You could just go
I'm
ahead.
Ready. But before we start, could you do everyone a favor? Let me send you the thumbnail. So I would like everyone who has not seen the video to see the thumbnail that we have for this
The
thing.
thumbnail was immediately again recognizable to me. Like I remember that. Right.
Yeah.
Did you send it to me?
I'm sending it to you now. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I was really on the fence as to whether to use one of the pieces of art.
I love it.
One of the pieces of art that Vex made, which is great, or the very low resolution E.
I think you went with the right choice for this.
We all agree. The whole team agrees that this was the correct choice.
For those of you that don't understand that, you will,
you really will.
Boy, will you, and you will come to love it. Appreciate it.
Isn't that animation amazing?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, I just
that was made by someone who worked on Wolfwalkers.
I just squidged in my splumbus. Wait a minute, Wolfwalkers?
Yeah, the movie.
I've never heard of it. Is this like furry porn?
I have close. I'm sure that a lot of furries really went for it. But no, it was Wolfwalkers for real. I have a mutual friend.
Someone in chat said fucking Wolfwalkers. So it's like a prolific animation. It sounds like. Now, I've not seen it. I've not heard of it. But the professional animator, worked on this movie. Also worked on your intro.
Hold on, let me figure out who published it. It was
90 uninterrupted minutes of furry porn, chat said.
It was Wildcard. Let's see, distributed by. No, it was like a relatively popular film. To my knowledge, it also like it was quite popular. Yeah, release in 2020. Box office reception.
Does it have Wolfcock?
Yeah.
Somebody stole my cum. I think about that like almost every day. I want you to know that.
It was a very positively received film.
I thought you were going to say it was a very positively received moment on JabroniMike's stream when he opened up a video that Fred Knudsen sent him, and there was a giant fucking wolf cock with pre dripping from it on his fucking stream because he didn't do like a cock check on every piece of media that fucking gets sent to him.
I literally just sent you something because I thought you would think it was funny.
And I did think it was funny. I did think it was funny. I thought it was a little too funny. Oops.
I just
And you were right. Poor Fred. I imagine his stomach dropped. What was your reaction when you learned I played that on stream without realizing there was a penis in it?
There were three primary emotions. I was flabbergasted that you didn't see the cock. I was a little frustrated that like you didn't bother to check, I guess.
I explained this. I watched it in the preview window, and I watched it like almost immediately after you sent it to me, and I was like, haha, that's funny. And I guess because it was small, like I wasn't like I saw a cartoon wolf with a big bag, and it said somebody stole my cum, and I was like, haha, that's funny. I'm gonna show chat that later. I never saw the penis. Right. My brain just didn't register the penis.
Didn't the penis take up like a quarter of the screen or something?
Yep, but I swear to you, somehow my brain did not register that there was a cock in that image. I just didn't see it. Like it just didn't register.
I did have that feeling of my heart sinking into my stomach. Like, did I just get Mike banned? Like perma-banned?
Well, you didn't. I mean, I did it. I mean, ultimately, I'm responsible. Like, we were joking it was your fault, but it wasn't. I fucking it was up to me.
Right, but at this point, I'm like your handler.
Yeah, I guess. I guess, yeah. Remember the artist who made that heard about it immediately, like that night. Somebody went on Twitter and gave him the Twitch clip, and he thought it was so funny.
He was like, haha, nice.
Yeah, he thought it was so fucking funny.
He was so happy.
Yeah.
Oh, I would also like to mention we have proper official subtitles, all done by Vex.
Manually.
Yep. My research assistant, der Rainer Schwarzerabe, better known on my stream as Vex, did the art that appears in the episode, as well as research assistants on another episode, and also all of the subtitles.
Vex is your assistant. That's your assistant. That's who you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's not a rando.
Yeah, but
Vex has helped me in the past.
That's what I'm saying. They've been helping you do that for years. I think when you said,
they help me with one video. They help me with one video, maybe a little bit of another couple. Like they were able to get me some German sources for the Austrian wine poisoning. The Austrian
wine poisoning one, yeah. But you pay them, right?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah.
All right. Because we were talking about that earlier in the stream. Like we were saying how I need a fucking assistant because I'm brain dead and I need somebody to babysit me like through day-to-day fucking life because I'm so shot.
I mean, like the senility, that's what a manager is.
The Alzheimer's and the fucking ADHD and all that shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you want to play this thing?
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna play it.
August 8th, 2006, the earliest iteration of the game Dwarf Fortress was published. Developed by brothers Tarn and Zach.
You ever look at the logo for Dwarf Fortress? I know we haven't started the video yet. I'm sorry, but does it ever look like if you squint, it doesn't look like a dwarf. It just looks like a guy who's been like eating cum and he's just got it all dripping from his face. You ever think that?
I have never once, since learning about Dwarf Fortress, nor the entire time I was making this video, consider that. I have not once.
Fred, if I don't say things like that, people will demand refunds. You understand? Like, I have people sub to this channel expecting a certain thing. And if I don't give them that thing, I'm going to be in trouble. You understand what I'm saying, Frank?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I have to give the people what they want. You know? Like, if I don't say shit like that, they're going to be outside with pitchforks, dude.
Have you seen the Markiplier jingle clip?
He looks like a ghost. I see the ghost. No, was this the bite of 87?
This. I always think of this clip now.
We're never watching this video. Chatters only want one thing, and it's disgusting. Yeah. Yep.
Key jingles.
Yep.
Cum jingles.
Here's chat. Here's chat.
This is chat. Yeah, this is Markiplier talking to chat.
So, back in the day, jingle, 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 back in the day, before the back rooms were a thing, okay? Jingle, jingle, pay attention, I said your favorite word, the back rooms, okay? The back rooms, dingle, dangle, dingle, dangle. Okay, before that was a thing, the concept of a place with endless impossible, dingle, dangle, dingle, dingle, jingle, jangle, it's okay, look at the shiny.
Did he really start one of his videos like this? Like, is this just a standalone thing?
He's just explaining that that SCP is the progenitor of like long, weird, liminal spaces.
Frogs are dead, yeah.
The backrooms were the thing. The impossible geometry of endless landscapes was all what SCP was about. Okay, that's what it was about. You know, jingle, jingle. You know, offices.
Those aren't even keys. What the fuck are they? Spoons?
This is a pen. It's like a pen
you love
or something.
Offices. You love endless offices.
Looks like a dry erase marker.
That's what this is. Except it's stairs. It's stairs. Jingle, jangle, jingle, jingle.
I love his cynicism. Like, that's actually based as fuck.
Markiplier is so powerful.
Yeah, he's great. Honestly, everything I see from him is incredible. And he's
like Let's Player good ending.
Yeah. Yep. Like, he's actually amazing.
by brothers Tarn and Zach Adams, Dwarf Fortress is a colony simulation game renowned both for its remarkable level of detail and its impenetrable level of difficulty. The game was nearly impossible to parse visually for new players upon release. Utilizing ASCII characters for its graphics, the screen initially appeared as a jumbled mess of letters and punctuation marks. There is no single
Can you go ass to ass in Dwarf Fortress or no?
canon world in Dwarf Fortress, but instead, worlds are randomly generated with unique historical figures, places, governments, and guilds, each titled using a constructed language whose words are combined to create absurd names for characters such as Melville Drillpage, Jal Slopchone, and Kerr Fisthorse.
Kerr Fisthorse that's what Fred calls himself in the Leather Club.
I would like to point out something. I'm just gonna let that one go
because he's a cow. You know, the leather because he's a cow.
I'm going to let this go. I'm going to let this go.
Wouldn't it be fist like fist bull or like fist cow? Wouldn't that make more sense, Fred?
I mean,
go ahead. I was expecting you to say, I don't know, you're the one who fucking said it, asshole. Right?
Like portal. See, the problem is that you've got my brain going in two directions. I'm thinking about the video, but also like you discussing my carnal relations with animals.
No, not animals. I'm like, you know, it's guys in maybe like some light, you know, animal cosplay. You know, not even like anything intense. Cosplay. Like not even like a fursuit, just like, you know, like a cute cow print, like, you know, crop top and stuff, you know. Like the art that we've been seeing. That's how I've been fantasizing.
That's acceptable.
I mean, imagining it. That's how I've been imagining it, personally.
Rooter.
Not actual animals. Like, well, I'm not fucking... come on.
And Quake Roars. Dwarf Fortress detailed... I think I hear Kerr Fisthorse and I immediately go to Mr. Hands.
Yeah, hard not to, right?
Yeah, fucking shame. Like that's like just stuck in my head. By the way, I want to point something out.
Yeah.
I needed weird names to include in the video, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll just go into my copy of Dwarf Fortress and, you know, generate a couple of worlds.
Yeah.
Those names I got were on the first world generation that I did.
No shit.
It was literally the first one. And I'm like, I'm done.
Yeah, it seems like since 2006, they haven't really tweaked the name generation, huh?
No, and it's great. It's perfect for it.
I mean, why fix it if it ain't broke, right?
You still get the same weird ass names.
Extends to perhaps the most notorious aspect of the game. The body of each character is tracked to minute levels, including individual hands and organs.
Yeah, I always thought that was crazy.
And this includes not only injuries, but also status effects.
Organ, like your fucking dwarf can get like a liver disease or something, like that can happen?
Well, like if they're injured in a fight.
Oh, it'll be like his lung got punctured or something.
Right, yeah. This doesn't come up, but like there's a dog with like half of its chest caved in at some point, and he's just wandering around.
In Boatmurdered.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you had to leave a bunch of shit out, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, because that's how long the saga was.
So much happens that the story would be lost in the detail if I didn't trim.
Right. Yeah.
Such as whether or not that part of the body is wet or dirty with some particular substance.
You ever get like one of your dwarfs, like their vagina gets like bruised or something? You ever have that happen?
It doesn't track Vagoo.
Doesn't?
But
no Vagoo?
No, it doesn't track genitals, but there is birthing, which ends up being a plot point.
Well, that's how that could happen. This pussy, like, does it ever say like you know, Kel Plansmere pussy injured? Like, does it ever say that?
Well, birthing, dwarves just like they have babies with about as much intensity as you blowing your nose.
They just kind of sneeze them out.
No, they just like kind of drop out. I remember in my game there was someone praying at an altar, and they just like gave birth, picked up the child, and kept praying.
Nothing interrupts God time.
There are certain things that Dwarf Fortress chooses not to simulate. One of them I should note is shitting.
There's like a discernible lack of
dwarves-
shitting from this game.
Right, exactly. And at one point, Tarn Adams was interviewed about this. It's like, why don't you have like dwarves shitting?
Right, because they have
And Tarn
so
said,
much
we
other
thought,
stuff. Yeah.
right, exactly. It's such a weirdly detailed game. Why would you leave out shitting?
Shitting, right.
And his response is like one of the most sympathetic reasons that I could think of. He said, we thought about adding it, but we didn't want to be known as the dwarf shit game. Because of course, when a fortress starts falling apart, and if there's shit, dwarves are just going to shit everywhere. So like they didn't want the legacy of every fortress to be dwarf shit coating the walls. They didn't want to be the dwarf shit game.
Cowards.
And I'm like, you know what? Yeah.
Cowards. I mean, I don't know. I have a counter to that, right? Like, Tamagotchi's shit. I know this because I was taking care of one last night. I mean, I don't think shit is the first thing everybody thinks of when they think of Tamagotchi. Like, I don't think Ark Survival Evolved. Like, I'm thinking of every game I've played that has shit mechanics. Like, granted, the shit mechanics are like remarked upon, but I don't think Ark is like the feces game. You know, it's still like the dinosaur game. You know what I mean?
I don't know, man. Like one of the highlights of your Ark story that you told me was like you force feeding yourself shit until you died. So like, I don't know,
okay,
man.
I will be honest with you. 2 of what I would say are my top 3 like Ark, like if I really want to like regale somebody with a saga from my Ark playing days, 2 of them do heavily involve feces. That's correct. That 2 of them do.
Yeah. Yeah.
The third one doesn't.
It's the
actually
volume.
Wait. In the third one, shit does play a significant role at one critical juncture in the story. Okay, it's all 3. Yeah, you know what? You're right. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, yeah, there's. Yep. Yeah, shit does come into play. It plays a much smaller role than it does in the other 2 stories, but.
Right. And by the way, shit is well known enough. It's associated enough with Tamagotchis that it was included as a mechanic in Hypnospace Outlaw.
Yeah,
when
you
they
can't
made
have
their
a
own
virtual
little Tamagotchis.
Virtual pets have to shit. I feel like cleaning shit is an integral part of owning a pet. So if you're trying to simulate owning a pet, there has to be poop. Like I feel like any virtual pet that fails to fucking simulate poop and cleaning up poop has failed. As a pet simulator. No?
I mean, I guess, but isn't a virtual version of something isn't it usually supposed to be an idealized version of it? Like if I didn't have to clean up after my cat's shit, I wouldn't. Like I wouldn't
It's like all the good parts of having a cat.
Like if I could have a cat that has undergone batching, I would.
Batch cat.
Like
Batch cat.
I would if I had a cat that didn't shit, I wouldn't like get shit to pretend that it was shitting. I don't feel like it is a necessary part of the experience. It is simply a part of the experience.
What an incredible brand new sentence that was just now. Did you guys hear that beautiful brand new sentence that's never been said before in the history of this planet that he just said about cat shit? Like honestly amazing. Popping out like hot, fresh new sentences like left and right. That's again, that's just me and Fred streaming together.
I'm a writer.
Yeah, there you go. Freshly minted sentence, babe. Wake up. But no, I get your point. Like, I guess it's the right. And now that you say that, I can think of a number of. And chat was popping some like Chow Garden. The Chow do not poop. There are successful, beloved pet simulators where there's no shit. That's correct. Yeah, it's true. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, but again, it's remarkable when it's like almost every other aspect of the dwarf's life is detailed. It's just you leave out this one thing that, like, you spend half your life doing. It is a little weird. Right.
Given that the player's
its absence is conspicuous.
Its absence, right? Absolutely.
control over the game is limited to delineating tasks that must then be executed by a dwarf on their own time and at their own discretion, it is possible for chain reactions of events to occur suddenly and with little warning, their causes manifesting beneath the player's notice, lost in the shuffle of information with little way to immediately address them.
I love Ryan's like slightly demented music here.
Oh yeah, 100%. I was a little bit worried that it was going to be intrusive, but everyone just loves it.
Nah, I like it.
Difficulty gave the game its popular tagline.
It's giving it a nice mood.
Losing is fun. Dwarf Fortress would quickly find an audience among internet denizens due in large part to its freeware model, downloadable from the internet.
Could you pause for a second?
Yeah.
I want to point out this is the Bay 12 Games website circa 2006.
Okay.
And I love the beyond quality drawn in MS Paint.
That is incredible, actually. Look at that.
And it was particularly beloved by members of the something.
And one other thing. One other thing. You might have noticed, like on that webpage, there are a couple of little tidbits I want to mention. If you go back to the Bay 12 game, go back a little bit.
Yeah.
You'll notice that their previous game was Slaves to Armok, God of Blood.
Pretty edgy.
Yeah, well, Armok ends up becoming the god of the dwarves.
Armok and Jalad, when the walls fell at Tanagra, or whatever the fuck.
Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. Darmok and Jalad on the ocean.
I forgot the fucking quote.
But no, Armok came about because they were making a very involved 3D RPG, and they were having trouble, I believe it was, with the way that it would track limbs, the status of limbs, and one of them was arm okay, like if the arm was still functional, so they turned arm okay into Armok.
Was that because they couldn't fix it, or it was just a nod to something that was happening during development?
It was just a nod to like a problem they were having.
That's kind of awesome, actually, because it sounds like it has a gravitas.
There is one other note. Like, this is another legendary story that you'll find it in the comments. Dwarf Fortress is largely defined by the bugs it has experienced as new mechanics get introduced, and easily I think the most legendary one was when they allowed parts of the body to become dirty, like I mentioned, right? Like, and it tracks what substance is on that part of the body.
Yeah.
And they added ways that they noticed that eyes would get dirty, so they added like blinking. They added the ability for animals to clean themselves off. And this included blinking. There is blinking for dwarves to get rid of things on their eyes, but there is also cats. Cats, when they would get something. Hi, cat. Here's a cat meowing next to me. Get batch cat. Yeah, if only. The cats would walk into the tavern where dwarves had spilled beer.
Yeah.
And the cats would walk through the beer on the floor and get their paws dirty. And cats, of course, were coded to clean their paws. So they'd lick their paws clean.
Get drunk.
The problem is that every time they did that, it was considered that it didn't denote the amount of alcohol. Like, it was just one alcohol, right? Like one unit of alcohol that was being consumed. So every time they cleaned their paws, it was like they were downing an entire pint of beer. So for an entire update of Dwarf Fortress, everyone's taverns were just littered with dead cats who drank themselves to death.
That's so good. Oh my god. The cats are not real, guys. They're little zeros on a screen. They're not real. Oh, that's so good.
They found this problem because everyone went on the forum. Someone was like, "Why is my tavern littered with dead drunk cats?"
That's so good.
Like, what the fuck?
Oh my god! So they would just get like liver disease and die, right? They're alcoholic cats.
Yeah, they just stop breathing. No, they would get so drunk that they'd stop breathing.
Oh, that's so fucked. As you go in, heading into your local pub to have a couple of pints or whatever, and you just trip over a dead cat, land on like 3 more dead cats. You try to get up, just for you see, just the fucking place is so you're just surrounded by dead cats.
Mm-hmm.
So I go,
oh yeah, God introduced Armok introduced a new update.
Somebody had a lot of fun in here, I guess. Damn, and you just slowly back out, like Homer Simpson into the bush.
I think that maybe being at the tavern is a bad idea today.
Yeah, let's come back tomorrow, right? I'm gonna play this shit.
Yeah.
Downloadable from the internet, and it was particularly beloved by members of the Something Awful forums who would share their experiences with one another, often in the form of a Let's Play. Before the establishment and widespread adoption of video hosting platforms, Let's Plays more typically took the form of forum posts describing a person's experience with a game, often with illustrative screenshots, and the bespoke nature of each Dwarf Fortress world.
You had who? The wimpiest answers possible?
Oh, this was like an old point-and-click adventure. I had Mike choose the. Oh, yes. I would like to point out that no, that was a purposeful choice, by the way. This screen cap.
Why?
Because you're in it.
Is that a frickin' JabroniMike reference?
And I want you all to know, yes, it was.
JabroniMike mentioned all poggers.
I was perfectly conscious of what I was doing when I included this screenshot.
Really?
Dwarf Fortress.
I actually think that the clown in that booth looks more like you than the main character.
All right.
And its confusing graphical style meant that the game lent itself.
Yeah, for those of you who have never played this, this is literally the fortress. The white blocks are the walls. Like what you're looking at is literal.
Little part. Right? This is a literal part of it. Yeah. This is a little part of a fortress.
Oh, this is it's a small part of someone's fortress. Like this is a huge hallway. I think the red the squigglies are lava. Meant to be lava. Does they have some sort of like forge operation going here? I think.
Yeah.
And then
by the way,
yeah.
If you've never read a written Let's Play before, give it a shot.
Really?
They're really fun. Yeah. They often can do humor in a way that modern Let's Plays cannot.
Interesting. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. I remember there was one done like for the entire Mega Man Battle Network series that was just so funny.
Unfortunately, I can't read, so.
Oh, okay, GG. The LP archive is still up, though. God bless the LP archive.
To this sort of sharing. These stories would usually end in misadventure and catastrophe.
Yeah, otherwise why put them in there, right? You want the fucking the dumpster fires are the fun ones.
To the glee of those reading. Yeah. What's more, since games of Dwarf Fortress are saved as discrete files, they can easily be shared with other players, and this allowed for a popular and unique method of play. Succession games. Organizing together on the Something Awful forums, players would take turns playing a save file and then passing it to another person after some amount of in-game time had passed.
Right.
But, given that Dwarf Fortress has no clearly defined goals, nor any victory state, succession games often included half-finished projects and half-addressed problems, which would inevitably cause ruin for the settlement.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you something, that's accurate to reality. Like, how many times, like the mayor in New York would start some bullshit and then not get to finish it during his term of mayor, and then like it becomes the next guy's fucking nightmare to clean up. Like that's just accurate to reality, if you think about it, right? Fred, are you alive, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Oh. Fred was tabbed out to cock porn, I guess.
Sorry, tabbed out to cock porn.
And this would result in one of the most infamous and legendary gaming stories in the internet's history.
Because, you know, it was succession. Like, it was like, you're the king. You play for like 10 years, and then you send the file to somebody else, and then they're the king for 10 years, and then they die or whatever. And then they pass it to somebody else. It's pretty cool.
November of 2006,
right, exactly.
forum user Tourette Dog made a post to the Something Awful forum.
Fred is busy rubbing his pussy, someone said.
His introduction read, quote,
his beef curtains. That's bad.
quote, have you ever wanted to be a dwarf, dig into mountain halls, and fear unholy amphibious undead elephants?
Because he's a cow.
That scale walls and murder your entire family while you sleep? Your wait is over, your dream is here, and that dream is the official Goon Dwarf Fortress succession game.
The Goons. Who the fuck are you people?
Yeah.
When can we start jerking off? Are they related to the Goons from EVE Online?
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
The
what is it, 4chan?
Goon Swarm. No, the Something Awful forums. Members of the Something Awful forums call themselves goons.
Remember all this shit. Okay.
But yes, same goons. Correct.
The actual same Goons. Crazy.
Yeah, same goons.
It's the fucking Fred Knudsen Gooniverse going on here.
Something Awful just keeps coming up in internet history.
Yeah, it's kind of right. Pretty important. You know, I was trying to remember this earlier today. I cannot remember for the life of me why this entire thing is called Boatmurdered. Why was the saga called? I feel like there's an answer to that, and I remember asking you, and then getting the answer, and then immediately forgetting it.
It's randomly generated.
It is randomly generated.
Yeah, it was the randomly generated name assigned to the fortress.
Insane.
End
Absolutely
quote.
insane.
The rules were simple. At the end of every
Translated from Dwarvish, yeah.
in-game year, the player would save their game and submit the file to the next person in line, who would then play another in-game year. Notably, one of the questions in the FAQ section read, I'm not very good at this game. Can I still play? The answer read, hell yeah. Prognosticating a self-encouraged doom, Tourette Dog wrote the prologue to this Let's Play to set the scene. Quote, in the year 1050, the dwarven civilization of Kin Melville, the Oaken Tomes, exhausted the last of its mines. Driven by lust for gold and rumors of the priceless and all but mythical metal adamantine, a team of 7 colonists was dispatched to build a new home for the dwarves of Kin Melville in the Smooth Points of Pride. The first year of diaries from the ill-fated foreman of the mine were recovered, giving some hint as to the beginnings of the fortress that once stood there, if not its mysterious and presumably gruesome fate. End quote. Here, the conceit of the Let's Play was established. The players would take the role of an administrator within the settlement and write journal entries to detail their experiences, one after the other, cataloging their misadventures and thought processes behind their decisions, though this would not stop a player who believed that they knew better when it was their turn. Another challenge would simply be the location. As Tourette Dog described it, quote, the new fortress site is truly in the puckered sphincter of nowhere. The nearest civilization, if you can call it that, is a goblin citadel to the northeast. But the guildsman swears they've surveyed for precious metals, and this is the best spot. There's also a river nearby, which means one underground, which means we can start our farm without much trouble once we dig to it.
So this is the built upon wilderness, right? The fortress has not been started yet in this.
Yeah, exactly. This is a very zoomed out aerial view of the area.
Yeah.
And the square in which Boatmurdered takes place is on that green X. This is a regional map.
That's interesting. So the entire Boatmurdered is this green X, this square.
Yes.
Is that the
is all
goblin? Is that the goblin citadel?
I believe that's the Goblin Citadel. Yeah.
Okay. What are the other green ones?
That's a really good question. I couldn't tell you.
So I think the big spikes, the black spikes, are mountain, like rock.
Mountain, yeah.
And then
those are like high peaks.
And the butt plugs are trees.
Yeah, the butt plugs are trees.
Okay. And I think it's like various kinds of trees even. Because isn't this in a jungle?
Yes, sort of.
Yeah.
It's like mangrove forest.
Mangroves. Okay.
I
Of
think.
course, he waits till he's leaving to tell us the name of the site. End quote. Beneath this writing was a screenshot of text introducing the settlement. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place, Koganu-san. Boatmurdered. Strike the earth.
That's when the
This
name
settlement,
was
however, was not simply in a forest, but a wild one, replete with monkeys and, even more dangerous, elephants.
I remember more than I thought I
Elephants in
did.
Dwarf Fortress are temperamental and powerful creatures
the capital E's are elephants in the game.
who will sometimes attack without warning if something draws too close, and once they have been angered, it's difficult to make them stop, short of trapping them in a cage or dispatching them. The problems that they posed quickly revealed themselves when the first trade caravan arrived in the autumn. Quote, merchants trying to dodge the elephants, the betting pool's up to 10 stone blocks and a rat skull. We really need to make some coins. I guess the trade depot was a good idea, but we'll see if we can finish it before they get here or get eaten by those bloody pachyderms.
The elephants are not carnivorous, though. Like, is that something that was happening in this game? The elephants were killing people and eating their flesh?
I don't think that the elephants were ever eating anyone. They just crushed them. Although most
yeah.
herbivores are opportunistic carnivores. Like opportunistic omnivores.
Is that true? So, like, a cow will eat meat. I know deers will eat deers. I feel like I've seen videos of deer eating meat before.
Yeah, a little bit here and there. Like, it's not something that they'll go to, but if it's if it is just available, right?
So if you say you're in the savannah and you die, right? You're out there. It's you die of exposure, right? And if an elephant finds your body, they'll take a nibble, like they'll take a little nosh, a little taste.
They might, yeah.
That's true.
Just like
Really?
here or there. Yeah.
So you're an elephant
deer will
expert now?
also.
So that's the thing you do now. You're an elephant guy.
No. You know what? Sure.
I thought you were gonna tell me to shut the fuck up. I'm kind of disappointed you didn't, honestly.
No. Like I'm dropping YouTube. I'm dropping VTubing. It's elephant husbandry from here on out.
Husbandry.
I'm going to exclusively feed chicken to elephants, and then make wine from their dung.
It was vodka that time, actually. What you're thinking?
Yeah, what? Well, wait, wasn't it like
gin?
Wasn't it
gin.
a different spirit?
It was gin.
There you go.
Yeah, actually, my bad. It was gin. Yeah. Elephant husbandry. Yeah, I knew someone in chat was going to think that meant you were marrying the elephant.
After the traders
I'm
arrived,
surprised
the
it took
Red
that
Dog
long
lamented
for somebody to say it.
their limited stock, writing, "Now riddle me this. What sort of soft-headed, beard-gnawing merchants brave goblins, mountains, more goblins, and then those damn elephants to show up with nothing but one piece of cheese and 2 rolls of cloth? These merchants, that's who. I noticed one try to eat his own ear coming in. God knows how they're going to get out. Fortunately, they're dumb enough to take some of these useless trinkets in trade."
Happy to see that it occurred to a couple of people in chat that these merchants are avid viewers of this Twitch channel.
End quote. As winter set
For
in
sure.
and Tourette
sure.
Dog began planning a moat to defend the fort from attack, he recognized that the monkeys milling about in the jungle were more of a threat than initially believed. Quote, "These are not cute little chimpanzees. Oh no. These are big mandrills, pissed off and greedy. They feel justified in stealing anything not nailed down, and if they can pry something, for instance a dwarf's arm, loose, it ain't nailed down in their book."
It's like the events of the game are almost, in a way, a lot less meaningful than the prose that was written by these kings who had the files.
This is the way that Dwarf Fortress goes. Like, Dwarf Fortress, more than anything, is a story generator.
Yeah. It has the meaning that you put on it as the one playing it, right? And how you interpret the events that the game gives you, right? Because again, you know, like a lot of what's going to be entertaining about this, it's not even so much coming from like an E moving across the screen, like a horde of E's moving across a fucking black screen. You know, that's meaningless. It's this guy interpreting the events and putting it to word.
Right, exactly. And I mean, that's the way that people who play this game for any period of time experience the game as well.
Right.
Like that's what they're there for. Like
Have
once you get quote unquote good.
Yeah. Like that's the gameplay. Like that's the fun of it. It's not the success.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but Dwarf Fortress has no win condition.
Right. So what are we even doing here?
Right. Like you make projects, right? You try things and then they fail spectacularly.
Have you ever streamed Dwarf Fortress?
I have a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And it's like you're again kind of you're the author. I feel like that'd be a really fun stream for you.
It is a very fun stream game, especially when you name dwarves after chatters, and then the chatters do dumb shit,
yes,
right?
That's
like
great.
one of them makes a piece of art. I remember the last Dwarf Fortress stream I did, we named like a 1-year-old dwarven child after one of the chat members.
Yeah.
And then the dwarven child proceeded to play pretend. And we like as this dwarf was playing pretend, we clicked on him to see what he was thinking, and he was thinking, I am a very important person.
Uh-huh. So
like, I see.
What was I gonna I completely blanked out what I was gonna ask you. That's insane. No, it sounds fun. It sounds like I know what I was gonna ask you. Do you play the new version or the classic version?
Oh, the Steam version. Like
the one with the graphics, right?
With graphics and music, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit better.
It's so much better. It's so much better.
Yeah,
quote,
I'll play it.
When a pack of mandrills broke into the fort, the dogs that the dwarves had brought with them gave chase, and during this altercation, a peculiar mechanic of Dwarf Fortress came into play. Birthing. Both characters and animals
that's the sneak peek you gave me.
In Dwarf Fortress can become pregnant, and the birthing process is an unceremonious affair,
this is bad.
with the infant simply dropping out of the mother instantaneously. And this is precisely what happened during the fight.
Right.
Quote, one of our war dogs went out to fight them off, which didn't go so well. A few more war dogs ran out and attacked. I have to say, I'm slightly terrified by them. One of the bitches actually gave birth while she was attacking, and her puppies joined in on the carnage. At the end of the day, the 3 mandrills were dead, and they took 1 war dog with them and injured another one and a puppy.
Do you remember when we streamed this, somebody made insane art of that moment?
Yeah.
When we when we read this on stream, somebody made art. We used to call it the art segment, not media share. We used to call it the art segment until like the word art like started to like brain rot people. So we
someone heard people hear art and then they click on another stream immediately.
So someone made this drawing of the puppies like falling out of the dog and attacking. There wasn't like Vagugu in the picture,
right?
In the art, but I remember being like really amused by that. Tuna Newt made the art. Tuna Newt, if you still have that, I'm gonna ask you to put it into media share or even just send it to me in a DM if you still have it. I feel like I'd really like to see that. You have it.
End quote. With the host finishing a relatively uneventful first year, besides the birthing, the save file was then passed to the next person in line, a forum user by the name of Marijuana, who took to role-playing a fed-up noble disgusted by the peasants around him. Quote, I came to this dump looking for a royal fortress. Instead, I found this hole in the dirt, complete with useless hillbillies.
Hillbillies.
Almost immediately, migrants arrived, drastically increasing the manual labor force, but also more than doubling food and alcohol consumption, the latter being necessary to prevent the mood of dwarves from sinking.
They must have brought a bunch of cats
right as
with
these
them.
needs increased, another iconic mechanic of Dwarf Fortress appeared. Fey moods. Occasionally, a dwarf will be overtaken by a bout of vicious inspiration, occupy a workshop, and demand materials for crafting.
Is that when you have an idea for one of these videos, would you call it a Fey mood?
No. I mean, the videos are made pretty normally. I will say that that fucking essay that I read you the other
That
day,
was a fey
the other
mood.
month.
That was a fey mood.
That was a fame. I literally canceled stream one night to finish that essay. That was a fey mood.
What is it? What does that word mean, fey? Like, it sounds like gay. Like, at first I was like a gay mood. Where,
Fey.
like, I don't know. Like, you feeling kind of gay, like experimental butt
fey
stuff. Like, what's that?
Adjective. Fey is an adjective for fairy.
A fairy mood. So
Yeah, so like a
yes,
fey mood of like, so they're taken by a fairy-like mood.
Okay,
Like
so
they like a fairy has visited them and
like
touched their mind.
yes, because art is gay. I mean, this all checks out. Right.
You're either gonna make this art, you're gonna suck dick, and I'm not leaving until one of those is fulfilled. The dwarf's like, well, I'm not sucking dick. They're like, fine.
You sure about that? Taken by the fairy. Yeah, but these are dwarves, not fairies. Why wasn't
exactly.
it like a dwarven
the fairies coming in and fucking with the dwarf? Like,
there's no actual fairies in the game though. Like, there's no actual like little F flying around.
Not to my knowledge. No. I think it's just a euphemism.
It's bewitched, supernatural, otherworldly. As, you know, some people, you know, describe inspiration. Like, absolutely. They say, you know, oh, it came from heaven or something. Like, oh, Stephen King is like, he says he never wrote a single one of his books. He says he channels the universe for his stories. He's also like a fucking cokehead, you know, so, I mean.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, this guy's.
It's like, Stephen, no, man, you wrote the books. Like, I promise you wrote them. Like, you need help, buddy. Like, you wrote the books. But yeah, you know, some people will often say that, I've heard that a lot. Yeah, like, inspiration is supernatural. It's the muse of the universe tapping you on the shoulder and saying it's go time, you know. Like, I've experienced. I mean, it's just a quirk of the human brain, I guess. I don't think it's real.
You can't stop thinking about this thing. Have to get it out of your head.
Right. So that's the Fey mood. Nothing to do with Tina Fey. You know she is, right? MasterCard commercials. I'm standing next to Blorpo. Fred, you know who I'm talking about, Fred?
I feel like you were talking, and then like in the middle of your sentence, I started having a stroke. What the fuck are you talking about?
Snitting next to Blorpo. I'm snitting next to Blorpo.
Am I dying?
Well, I mean, we all are, technically, if you want to be like, you know, technical. Yeah, we're all dying slowly, of course, yeah.
No, I'm literally having someone discuss the nature of life next to me after hearing complete nonsense. I am dying.
Have you ever seen 30 Rock? It's the TV show, the comedy show. It's got Alec Baldwin in it and fucking Tina Fey, which is the reason I'm bringing this up. You ever seen the show?
I don't think I've seen it, but I know about it.
Can I tell you about one of my favorite scenes in the entire show? Okay,
sure.
It's going to take 2 seconds. She's like, I think, what was it, Chad? She was like scared of flying. So Tina Fey's character. So she took like a bunch of Xanax and like drank like a fucking glass of wine or something, which you will like kill you, by the way. Don't do that. And she's on the plane and she's sitting next to Oprah. Right, chat? She's sitting next to Oprah. Like, they got Oprah's in the episode. Like, they got Oprah to be in the episode.
Right.
And
Oprah as Oprah.
She calls somebody on her cell phone, and she's all fucking high on Xanax and drunk. And she's, like, looking directly into Oprah's face, and she's on the phone. She goes, I'm sitting next to Blorpo.
What?
And I actually think about this scene all the time because there's someone who hangs out in my chat room and their name is Snitting Blorpo. Like, their username references this scene. Are you here tonight, Blorpo? It's so good. I often think that had to be one of the funniest shows on in the history of network television. Like, genuinely, it's like that. Arrested Development, probably.
God, Arrested Development is so funny.
It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not Seinfeld. No, not Seinfeld. Maybe
I think
Curb Your
Kunk on
Enthusiasm.
Earth.
Maybe. Which one?
I think Kunk on Earth might be
You like that, huh?
the funniest comedy I've ever seen.
I've really enjoyed it myself as well. I've seen like I think I've said the first season. It was like 6 episodes or something.
I would like you to know that if you go to the YouTube upload for the music video of the song "Pump Up the Jam,"
yeah, it's
the
littered
comments
with her.
are just
yeah,
littered, filled.
Yeah,
it's
it's
nothing
ruined,
but
completely
references
ruined.
to Philomena Kump.
Yeah, completely ruined.
Philomena
They
Kump.
ruined that comment section with that. Amazing. Always Sunny. Yeah, sure. Yep. I would put Always Sunny on there. Upright Citizens Brigade. Getting a little bit more obscure now. Would you put Monty Python on there?
Okay. You're ready? You're ready for a lukewarm opinion?
Hit me.
Monty Python, the television show, was very hit and miss.
Yeah, that is lukewarm. It wasn't always
when it hit. When it hit really hard. But they were experimental.
They were experimental, correct?
They did not always land.
Yeah, no, that's 100%.
Their movies were good from start to finish.
Yeah, bangers.
Always.
Stop. Meaning of Life. Right.
Oh yeah, Meaning of Life,
Life of Brian.
Holy Grail, Life of Brian. Yeah. They're History of the World Part 1. Or no, wait. So, why did I say that? No, that's Mel Brooks.
Different.
I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm still thinking of Life of Brian. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, because they both had like a Jesus character and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm dumb.
You're not dumb. You're not dumb. You're just a newborn calf. Wiggly. Your legs are still wobbly. You're still trying to find your way.
I think that, you know what? I'm recognizing a pattern. I think I just really like people explaining human history wrong.
It's funny. It's definitely funny.
Like, History of the World Part 1, Life of Brian, Punk on Earth. It's all just British people giving
stupid.
History wrong.
Yeah, stupid. Yeah, that's yeah. It's good. It's a good genre. It's a good bit.
Okay, Mel Brooks isn't British, but he has, I don't know. There's a Britishness to his humor.
I could see that. Meteor happened, and then Meteor happened. Oh, if you enjoy people intentionally explaining history wrong, wait until you get a load of a fucking complete moron. Okay, unintentionally explaining history completely wrong. Have you seen that? That hits real different, but real good.
What is this?
Again, the jury's still out on how much of this is like ironic, but I'm gonna get you a video real quick. Yeah. All right.
Do you live in the
Big Bang Theory or Pangria? Pangria.
What the fuck is
Pangria?
Like, that sounds like some World of Warcraft thing.
World of Warcraft thing.
It's where
Islands, like the whole world.
It was an island that got split
into continents.
the whole world or planet.
Are you still watching this?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, keep watching.
The world is the planet.
Well, one theory doesn't affect the other.
They're both part of the same thing.
I know.
What I'm saying is, you know, like there's
There's consonants. There's consonants.
They got broken apart. Yes.
They got broken apart. So that's what that is.
I'm saying which one do you believe in?
No, I believe in the
Big Bang. Makes all the plants and
What?
shit.
Plants and shit.
I love this part. I love that. Plants and shit. I love plants and shit. I love plants and shit. Fred, you don't know how much I love plants and shit. What?
You know how they're like planning to divert the asteroid
Let it hit.
that might hit Earth? Like if it does hit Earth, maybe we should just kind of like let
happen.
nature take its course.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe we can find a way to accelerate it. Can we add
Huge.
mass?
Huge fucking mood. Hold on, this ain't done yet, bro. I ain't done hurting you emotionally.
And the planet is in a certain state or shape, or not shape, but has certain content, it's made a certain way. And
Then, meteor happens. And it
Here
splits up.
happens.
Right?
Wait,
Maybe a
and it
continent.
splits
So
up?
they're both
Yeah.
What?
That's what he thinks happened.
same theory.
Wait, what? Say.
That's what he
Wait,
thinks
okay,
happened.
so
Yeah.
that is really, it is
no
really
plate, no
amazing
plate
how listening to
tectonics
these,
or any of that. No, yeah, that's not a thing here.
it's amazing to think that like, haha, Aiden Ross doesn't understand the theory like of Pangea.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, XQC knows what's going on though, because he's saying they're the same theory. And then he proceeds to be as cataclysmically wrong, if not more so.
like insanely wrong, right? Like just incredibly almost unbelievably. I still think a part of him is like it's a bit like I think it's got to be a bit.
what does that affect the other?
What was the bit
I have
just
Buttered bread.
going down a K-hole?
Buttered bread.
Is that the
You
bit?
believe in both?
Buttered bread.
Well, my
Bread is
Buttered.
They have both the same time. Not to believe in one or the other. They're both there.
Plants and shit, Fred. Plants and shit.
Plants and shit.
By the way, we've got
The Big Bang.
some beautiful art here from Tuna Newt of that
Good.
that one
The
scene
umbilical
from Boatmurdered, where the dog's giving birth while attacking the mandrills, and the puppies join in on the carnage.
Christ.
Some good stuff, Tuna. Let's keep rolling with this.
The dwarf's demands be met, they will create a valuable masterwork object, but should they lack the materials, they will eventually go mad and often become violent.
Yeah, don't piss them off.
Now, a dwarf had taken over the carpenter's shop.
I love how there's some foreshadowing, I think, in this. Like, you
Oh
got the
yeah, no,
elephants,
this
like- yeah.
Yes.
Just as more quarters were becoming necessary. Mercifully, his demands were wood, which was plentiful, and shells, which were easy to acquire in the nearby river. Soon, the dwarf had created his masterpiece, Vodudib, or, in English, sound syrup,
Vodudib. Translating to
Vodudib.
sound syrup.
a mahogany table. Its description read, "This is a mahogany table. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of kapok and turtle shell. This object is adorned with hanging rings of mahogany. On the item are images of werewolves in kapok. Frequently, dwarves will create artwork that reflects events
Oh, that's not the image that you so that wasn't the table that art. That art was from later, I think, in the story,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
in the world, including those that occur in the settlement, and while little had happened in Boatmurdered yet, this would very soon change in ways that would be paid homage in horrifying representations, encouraged by the player's mistreatment of the dwarves in their charge, whose extent and consequences would take years to fully elucidate.
Ryan nailed the music in this one.
The remainder of the second year in Boatmurdered was marked by death and injury. Due to a lack of accommodations, one of the dwarves fell asleep on the bridge over the underground river, and a surge washed him away and drowned him. The following month, a snake man leapt out from the river and gravely injured a craftsdwarf, and come winter, he would die of thirst after refusing food and drink.
The art rules. Where'd you find this art?
Oh, this was all original art done by Vex.
No shit.
Keyboard Fox. Yeah, Keyboard Fox had like no
Oh.
images, no screenshots of
Yeah.
anything, and so I'm just like, "Hey Vex, you want to do some art?"
Oh, I
of, like,
I
horrible things
love
happening to dwarves?
this art. I love this
I'd like
art.
to point out, look what he's being served. Some of the
Yeah.
cheese that they bought from the caravan.
Right.
Another dwarf would be ambushed by a pack of mandrills just before the year ended. Despite these tragedies, the overall population of Boatmurdered had dramatically risen, but this number didn't only include dwarves. By this point, there were so many dogs, cats, and horses milling about Boatmurdered that they were clogging the main arteries through the underground passage.
See, I think the H's are horses, the D's are dogs. Like, it just works that way, right? It's that simple.
Yeah.
Ways, making movement ponderous. Still, by the time marijuana passed the file to the next person in
It's huge now, look.
line, who went by Keyboard Fox, there were plenty of food stockpiles and a serviceable amount of alcohol, though in the words of Keyboard Fox, the dwarves keep drinking it really fast. Whoever's up next should think about making a second still once the immigration wave comes in.
Well, why didn't they make it? It was on their watch. Well, someone else should really take care of this thing. That's my problem.
Hey, Mike.
That's a big core part of the story. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking exactly. Just exactly that. Exactly that. Yeah.
The next year
Yes, Mike.
Yeah.
was calm, in large part thanks
It's like they deliberately said they weren't trying to be like ironic or something. Like they knew what they were doing when they said that.
to the installation of numerous traps lining the entrances.
Okay.
But even though he made swords for an eventual military to use, he neglected to actually organize any military, and misfortune continued to plague Boatmurdered. By
Yeah, I don't think there's more mismanagement here than like your average, like, Balkan country. Like your average Balkan country's government.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
You know, I feel like we're reading like a history of Albania right now or some shit, you know?
winter, a miner was injured attempting to set up elephant traps. The second wave of migrants was attacked by elephants en route to the settlement, killing 2 and injuring 1. A fire imp slaughtered a carpenter, and a further 4 dwarves
awesome.
were crushed by yet more elephants.
Yeah, so
What's
the elephants
more,
are very vicious for some reason,
a
right?
metalsmith
Yes.
had been taken by a fey mood.
This is fucking awesome art!
But despite striking ore,
we almost made this art the thumbnail. It was a really hard choice.
That could have went hard too, honestly.
I know it was a really hard choice.
Well, did you do A/B testing for the thumbnails?
No, we just kind of all decided, like, if I'm
'Cause you
going to put a
coulda- you coulda
thumbnail
had
there,
both.
I want it to be.
The
We
thumbnail.
could have, but like,
Yeah, you want it to be the
I feel like one of the things about one of kind of the thematic elements of Down the Rabbit Hole is it is this way, right? Like it is definitively this way,
Okay.
rather than having multiple thumbnails, right? Like each video is almost a sacrosanct thing.
He's miking out if you look at him.
We almost used this art though.
Have you considered streaming Dwarf Fortress? Me? Nah, I don't think it's for me.
Keyboard Fox's predecessor
I'm not into that kind of game.
had established a forge, and
Brain too small.
despite his best efforts, none could be constructed in time.
I remember like watching Rev stream it for a little bit when the Steam version came out, and he was just like, it seemed like every aspect of it was such a fucking ball ache. Like again, the learning curve is massive, and Rev like knew how to play the game, and he was still having a really hard time with everything. And I was just like, that doesn't look enjoyable to me personally.
Leading the dwarf to go mad and begin wading upriver, eventually drowning. Still, multiple attacks on the settlement
Fucking mood. Hold on, I want to back that up.
could be successors had established a forge, and despite his best efforts, none could be constructed in time, leading the dwarf to go mad and begin wading upriver, eventually drowning.
Such a fucking mood.
Still, multiple attacks
Awesome.
on the settlement itself were thwarted by the traps, saving no doubt countless dwarves, none of whom were equipped for
Gwen Stefani?
or experienced with combat. Most of these were cage traps as well, meaning that the animals could be used in trade or tamed.
It's funny because the people who made this game, they didn't want their game to be known as like the dwarf shit game. But that line of thinking apparently did not hinder Gwen Stefani when she wrote a song about poop. Like she didn't care about being like the shit girl. Like she just went full ahead with that. Wrote a song about shit, and then it ended up being like a
That's
fucking
my shit. Yeah.
yeah, like a chart-topping fucking single for her, like a career-defining moment. and it's about shit. Like that's what fucking true courage looks like. Like that is bravery.
Mike,
that is fucking. Yeah, I respect that. I don't respect these devs. Yeah,
Mike, when a conventionally hot woman makes a song about shit, she's gonna top the charts. When Tarn and Zach Adams make a game about dwarf shit, they will not have the same experience.
I feel like that's one of the funniest things you've ever said. Who's making like the Fred Knudsen wiki? We need that quote in there, word for word. Like, and I want the time and date that he said it. Holy fucking shit! With no context, there should not be any context to that. No context. When a conventionally attractive woman makes a song about shit. Fred, I love you, man. Oh my god. All right, I'm gonna play this. I don't know why that was so funny to me. I'm good. I'm over it.
I'm wrong.
We're gonna play this. You're not wrong. You're not. We're good. It's true. Ice Spice proved it. Ice Spice did prove it. I'm gonna play this.
By the end of the year, Keyboard Fox had captured 5 mandrills, a leopard, and over 10 elephants. But there was another major discovery within Boatmurdered that year. A river of magma. Magma in Dwarf Fortress has various uses, including heat for forges, but Keyboard Fox had a different idea in mind. Quote, I am worried about the future of our fortress, namely that the next rulers will not be as security-minded as I am, so I shall flood the chasm with magma/lava and kill all the unnamed horrors within. Beneath this, he included screenshots of the settlement along with brief descriptions. The chasm with its beautiful red line of death. That's the lever you need to remember not to pull, by the way. The magma floodgates link to the lever of doom. I put down some channels just in case someone does pull the lever. End quote. After an uneventful winter, Boatmurdered and its 58 dwarves
I wonder if someone's gonna pull the lever. What do you think, chat?
were passed on to the next player in line, named Locus, who opened his post with a suggestion. Quote, I propose that we each name one dwarf after ourselves when we end our reign and retire/get demoted for gross negligence. I can do that retroactively for previous rulers if you all think it's a good idea. End quote. This idea would prove popular, and soon each previous ruler would have a dwarf named for them. But first, Locus would play his turn. Despite the concerns of the previous player, Locus would see to securing the settlement from any threats. Quote, in hostile lands such as these, security and provisions are my first and foremost concerns. Although I was worried when I discovered that we had no military forces to speak of, an inspection of our trap systems revealed that they are sufficient to defeat any attacking force from inside or outside, below a full-scale siege. I looked to wells as a possible route of invading vermin, but only found barrels of alcohol. As we only have a scattering of peasants to choose from, most of which seem to be pursuing their own professions, I will wait for new immigrants to draft for our army. In the meantime, weapons and armor must be forged. End quote. Soon, the expected immigrants arrived, and a guard force and military were organized among them.
They look so happy. Why don't they have beards? I thought they were supposed to have beards.
The original game is done using purely ASCII graphics, and those little faces are ASCII characters.
Beardless. Okay, ASCIIs.
But Locus quickly ascertained that some of the greatest threats would not come from without, but from within. While perusing the settlement, he beheld a peculiarity. Quote, I am worried about the very unsafe construction of the halls near our magma forges. Rather than leaving occasional natural supports of living stone, the previous ruler has instead dug out the entirety of this wide hallway and built rather unstable-looking stone pillars here. I noticed a small lava flooding space around a pillar blocked by floodgates, which is presumably part of an emergency system to collapse the roof here, but even if a careless or angry dwarf were to dislodge one of them, the consequences would be catastrophic to anyone nearby.
Yeah, but couldn't he have just, like, paid attention to the rest of the thread to understand what was happening there instead of being like, oh, well, this is what, you know, I don't understand.
It wasn't included.
It wasn't
included in the thread.
It.
No.
They didn't.
No.
Okay.
No.
End quote.
Chad's saying ASCII. Oh, because ASCII? Yeah, ASCII. What's the key to your ass, Fred? Like, how would somebody go about getting in there? Like, what would they have to do to unlock your ass? What would be the? How would you go about? How would you prefer somebody went about that? Like, what's the key? Mike's asking for a friend. Shut the fuck up.
For the. Yeah, I thought you already knew.
The key. What the key to your ass? The pencil sharpener ass. You remember that?
Yeah.
You remember that?
Sharpen
right,
pencils
Fred?
with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the context of that? Like, I don't remember.
I don't remember.
Why did he have a pencil sharpener up his ass, chat? What was the fucking point of that? Someone was like, if you put an unsharpened pencil up his ass, it'll come out sharpened. Fred is that guy. Yeah. Don't hit the speed bump. What the fuck was the context of that? That's going to drive me crazy.
Smaller
do
scale
not
tragedies
remember.
would soon strike again in the river rather than the halls. One dwarf would be swept away in the currents, and another struck by a fey mood would go mad for lack of necessary materials and drown himself underneath the bridge.
Drinking game. Take a shot every time Fred says fey mood.
The animals were no luckier.
Happens
While
a few times.
rearranging
These fucking dwarves got to learn how to swim, no?
the cages, 2 tamed elephants managed to escape, and while not as violent as their feral brethren, fighting still broke out, claiming 2 dogs and an elephant calf. Animals who manage to win enough combat encounters are granted a randomly generated name, and one of the tamed elephants had now gained such. Ikudoltud, which in English means rained-stalked.
Wasn't there one that was like the heart stomper or something? Because he like kept fucking smashing people's hearts? Or am I remembering?
This was that. This was like, I think that it might have been this one.
Fred.
Who just kept killing dwarves.
You know what could be cool if somebody animated this?
This would be an incredible story to like give a proper treatment.
Right.
Locus suggested, quote, I have a theory that once an elephant tastes dwarf blood...
Why are you fey? You are fey. Why are you fey?
Which surely is how this particular creature got her name, they cannot be tamed properly. End quote.
HBO
that
6-part
Locus
series.
would have the issue of Ikudoltud resolved. After ordering the elephant moved outside, he sicked a dwarven warrior and a swarm of war dogs on her, who managed to swiftly dispatch her without any major injuries.
You really think, though, like, again, it should not be this hard to keep elephants out of a fucking building, right? Like, I don't understand how they could, like, how do they keep consistently failing at this? Like, put up a fucking gate? Like, what, am I missing something?
You know what? You're answering your own question.
Still, many other elephants awaited in the cages, and their tendencies were no less violent. After another dwarf went mad and retreated from society before dying of thirst, Locus attended to 2 other matters. The first was naming a dwarf for each of the previous rulers.
Dwarves gotta hydrate, man, come on.
The second was a common feature of Dwarf Fortress succession games, a vanity project.
Which reminds me,
quote,
so
I have begun construction of a complex of large tombs to hold the remains of the previous rulers of this fort. I have given the smaller tomb to Callow, as he used much of his allotted funds commissioning a statue portrait. Some might say that my own tomb is receiving extra attention, but I believe I am entitled, and if someone else wanted to build a fancy one
well, it was his idea, right?
For themselves, they should have thought of it when they had the chance.
Yep.
Note, to those who intern me to my casket when I pass from this world, please use the provided chains to tether trained mandrills or a suitable substitute to guard my bones from thieves and vandals. P.S. That last part kind of rhymes. I will have it engraved on the door at once." End quote. With this
Mandrels,
final
Vandals.
note, Locus would pass off the
Mandrels,
settlement to
Vandals.
his successor,
it's half
and it
right,
was
right.
this player who would at once reveal the absurdity of Boatmurdered and oversee the beginning of its long downslide into its inevitable doom.
I thought that nothing bad happened in
Never.
Boatmurdered.
Yeah, Boatmurdered is the story of
The
a
fifth
fortress that just goes great. And it went so well that everyone remembers it forever.
It went so good.
For
Someone in chat, but when I asked that question, I'm seeing this. They said, when I was like, why can't they keep elephants out? They said, pay no attention to the elephant in the room.
Boatmurdered
Mhm.
was
Guess if you get really,
I would like
get really good at ignoring elephants, yeah, in the room.
I would like to note this is when the video really starts.
Yeah, right. Because everything was just set up till this point.
All right, this is we have had nothing but setup. This is where you might notice that this section is titled "The Downslide."
Yeah.
was a forum user who went by stark raving mad, and his thorough role-playing and liberal usage of screenshots marked him as easily one of the most entertaining and thorough. After an introduction that cast himself as a bartender forced into the role of overseer, he began with his assessment of Boatmurdered thus far, referring to his screenshots as drawings to stay in character. Quote, "What the fuck?
You said
I have to fucking
You said the F word?
try to get my mind around what I am
Wow.
facing here.
In the
YouTube,
rabbit
to
hole
begin
video?
with, all of our fucking workshops and trade goods are sitting outside in the fucking rain.
You didn't want to censor it?
One of the previous
Fun
overseers
fact.
must
Okay.
Yeah.
I could go on a whole diatribe about this,
Okay.
but I'll give you the short version.
Yeah.
YouTube is not nearly as draconian about their demonetization as people think it is. The algorithm is just horrifically random.
Uh-huh. So because our experience has been nightmarish with fucking, like, if I say the reason we tested this where I said the word runt. I won't even say it right now. CUNT.
Right.
I'll say it once in a 6-hour VOD, and that whole fucking VOD gets limited monetization.
That word in particular is very, that is the one exception, right?
Yeah.
Like, that is the one swear word that YouTube just will not tolerate. But everything else, if it doesn't happen in the first few seconds of the video and it's not in the title, they don't care.
We have a whole censor list. I mean, we have, again, it's been, I feel like me and you should just talk about that one day, because my experience has been so drastically different from yours on YouTube. It's like, it doesn't even feel like we're talking about the same website sometimes, Fred. I gotta be honest with you. And you guys got people in my chat right now who help me with my YouTube stuff who can back me up on this. Like, it's just such a nightmare. I don't, again, like the fucking, every time there's a curse in anything, the difference in the performance of the video is insane. I don't know. I could show you the examples if you want, but, like, I don't know. I don't know what the difference is between you and me.
I think it has to do with the density.
Mhm.
Like the density of the swear words.
That is a very real
matters.
possibility. That makes a lot of sense, because
so-
I unfortunately use the F word a lot, and I try
Yeah,
not to, believe it or not.
So you'll notice that if you go through one of my videos, right, there will be some cursing, but it is very sparse,
Right.
Or it is like in this section where it's very concentrated, but only for a short time.
Yeah.
And it isn't woven into the normal dialogue of the of the sentences, right?
Yeah.
I think that so when you go into YouTube's custom moderate, like when you have to report your content, right, whether or not it's good for monetization, one of the criteria is whether or not cursing is something that is like woven into
I think you're right. No, this makes
fabric
sense.
of the sentences.
No, this checks out. I think this checks out, because, again, in those VODs, like when I upload VODs to YouTube, Someone in chat put it perfectly. The FPM, fucks per minute, my fucks per minute are pretty damn high, unfortunately.
Yeah,
and
I think that's the problem.
That sounds real, right? Actually, yeah, I think you nailed it. So what's the solution?
The solution is just
Stop
you don't curse as much.
saying it.
But
it's funny you don't think I have
Mike,
control over that, do you?
Mike, I'm gonna level with you.
Yeah, level with me.
I don't think that you're gonna make that much off of VODs. VODs of Twitch streams on YouTube tend, like, unless you're very specific, or you're gonna be making peanuts.
Yeah, but why make less peanuts when I could make more peanuts?
True.
You know, especially since, we're at a point where, like, we have 6, 7 people employed working on those channels that get paid from the proceeds of the channels.
Okay.
But no, I think
Honestly,
I think in
like,
general, a VOD channel is not like a no. You're right. It's not a fucking look. I can't see. You think I want to do this? You think I want to speak this way?
You would have to fundamentally change the way that you speak in order to change the monetization status of your VODs, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually correct. Insane. How do I do that? Is it even possible? I'm 40.
Shrug.
Yeah.
I think that might just be an avenue to abandon.
A shock collar. Yeah. Then we just have to worry about the Twitch terms of service about, like, self-harm when you're live on Twitch.
That shock collars are explicitly banned by Twitch.
Go out of their way to specifically say do not use shock collars. Yeah. Algo speak is off-putting. Hello, Gob. Thanks for checking out the channel. I like my
streamers.
Keeping it real. Sorry, good.
There have been streamers who have had, like, a shock collar redeem and they've been banned.
Yeah, you can't actually do that. I know.
Yeah.
It's a nice thought though. We're not talking about keeping it real or not keeping it real or algo speak or whatever you're saying. We're literally just talking about me not saying the F word as much. Listen, it's like it's a speech pattern thing for me. It's woven into my vocabulary. I use it as a placeholder. When some people say
I don't know,
I say fuck.
I don't know how you would change that without changing the way that the stream fundamentally feels. I'm going to level with you.
You can't imagine me not saying you can't imagine me saying the F word less. I'm not even saying, like, not even ever. Just less.
I think it would change the way the stream feels.
It would change the way the stream feels if I said the F word less.
Yes.
Fuck.
My point exactly.
I don't know. It's a moot point because I don't think it's something I'm capable of. But I don't know. It is discriminatory against New Yorkers. I've been saying that for years. I've been saying it for years.
And us and Strayans.
Yeah, they really got the. It's not cool. It's not cool. It's not cool, YouTube.
It's one of the weirdest parts of globalization.
Yeah, right. Picking and choosing, like, what words are okay.
Right, yeah. I have opinions, but,
I'm not going to say the F word for the rest of the stream. Ready?
Have been some sort of shallow-dwelling skygazer, because having our production out here is just inhumane to the poor hoopleheads who have to stand out there. Fuck that. I'm moving everything inside. Oh, and you see all those E's I drew down there at the bottom? Elephants. The previous overseer must have had some sort of sick fucking fascination with them, because we have elephants everywhere. Elephants in cages, elephants in the halls, elephants shitting in the dining room, everywhere. I don't know what to do with them. I guess start butchering them and hope they make a good roast. End quote. Besides the hall, he also noticed something of concern. Quote, room full of levers. I don't know what any of them do, and I'm not going to try and figure it out. With the way this place is set up, any one of them could make the whole place collapse in like an accordion." End quote. After addressing other inadequacies, such as the lacking accommodations and inefficient layout, he set the dwarves to work, but the profound problems with Boatmurdered were finally showing to be far more than potential or superficial.
So somebody put a whole room of levers in there, but didn't bother to tell anybody what they were for.
Did not label them, did not
Amazing.
write down what
That's-
they did.
yeah,
It's
that's
just
crazy.
a room full of levers.
Yeah, it's like the kind of was supposed to be the whole point of the Succession style of fucking gameplay like this.
Quote, "I have 6 fucking carpenters. I asked for this workshop to be built 3 months ago. You think anyone gets around to it? It's a 10-minute job, but they're too busy to do it. Busy doing what? I don't fucking know, since without the workshops up, they can't carpenter anything either. I have 4 miners. 2 of them apparently sleep 20 hours a day. 1 is so injured he can't walk, and the last claims to be the retired ruler of this place, but he's the only guy who actually does any digging."
Stark is like if Boatmurdered was written by Vivzy Pop.
Quote, "If the dwarves would not complete necessary basic tasks
Actually, his character is based on a character from Deadwood.
Okay.
such as these, then it would be nigh
Never seen it.
impossible to address problems as they arose, nor would it be possible for the dwarves to take the necessary actions to prevent a cascade of events leading to a death spiral. It was at this
Shout out to Fred for putting proper captions in the video. Shout out to Vex.
point that the horrifying
Shout out to
events of
Vex.
Boatmurdered would begin to be
Oh,
recorded
by the way.
in its art.
What's up?
By the way, in between doing research for the videos and any art, Vex is going to go back and give proper subtitles to every Down the Rabbit Hole video in reverse chronological order.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vex.
Bless Vex.
That's cool as shit. Really awesome.
It's something that we really should have been doing for
Yeah.
a long time.
Yeah,
But
sure. Yeah.
Never did for some reason.
Yeah, but you can't be worried about everything, man. If there's one thing I'm learning with what my endeavors, man, it's like you cannot be thinking about everything all the time, and there's so much going on, and it's like, you know, you can be forgiven for letting something
Yeah.
slip by now and again, you know, like with
Vex,
how much you
Vex
do.
has
yeah.
taken, It's one of those things where I was like, I could go back and add the subtitles, or I could just work on another video.
Right.
And like every time in my head, another video won out. But now
Right.
I have an assistant, and they have gone in and figured out how to work a subtitling program, and I'm giving them the scripts, and they're fixing everything up nice.
Beautiful. All right. Thanks, Vex.
Mhm.
When dwarves were ordered to decorate the walls of the new dining hall,
Definitely going to take a while with the Eve video,
the
yeah.
dwarf named for Tourette
Yeah.
Dog carved one part of the wall with an image of an elephant in the fetal position, and another part of the wall with a representation of a dead dwarf. These carvings would prove not only to be historic, but prophetic, as the first mass death was about to occur, and like most problems in Dwarf Fortress, it started small.
I would have liked to have seen Vex draw those carvings.
Quote,
Personally.
"We've got a little
Time.
elephant
Didn't have time, yeah.
issue happening down south. I'm starting to understand why the previous owner had 1 million of them in cages. 1 or 2 got pissed, and they killed someone, and now the dwarves are trying to get the items from the guys that died, and the elephants are just running wild over everyone. A couple of the elephants got caught in the remaining cage traps, but 1 or 2 got through. The brave military men of Boatmurdered assemble by the front gate, and they brave themselves for a rush at the mighty elephants. And it was about then when the fucking dwarven caravan arrived. I ordered the military to hold fast. Let the caravan guardsmen get themselves slaughtered by the elephants before we do.
Yeah, at least they have a military now.
Which was also right about when a goblin thief jumped out and got clobbered by a stonefall trap. So the merchants arrived to see blood and vomit everywhere, us hauling corpses en masse to the graveyard, a couple rampaging elephants. Welcome to fucking Boatmurdered. Hope you like miasma. End quote.
It's the purple
Here,
shit.
miasma refers to the foul odor that bodies emit when they begin decomposing, something that will severely dampen the mood of any dwarf caught in it. After a war dog finally incapacitated the rampaging elephant, even more elephants arrived, irritable and blood-hungry, and the cycle continued, with dwarves meandering outside to gather the items dropped by the slain dwarves, only to be slain in turn, perpetuating the cycle. Even when ordered to cease gathering duties, the dwarves continued to try until approximately 20 stinking dwarf corpses littered the area.
No, they're not smart.
After which Stark raving mad installed a set of doors and locked them, preventing ingress or egress. Undeterred by the miasma choking the trapped hallways, the elephants continued to loiter outside. But just when the doors were completed, a horde of goblins arrived to lay siege to Boatmurdered. At
Lowercase g's.
first, Stark raving mad interpreted this as a blessing, as the elephants would presumably fight the goblins, weakening one another enough for the military to remove their remaining foes. But instead, the two groups seemed to be unbothered by each
GG Gaber.
other's presence, coexisting outside of the locked doors. It was at this point that spring arrived, marking that it was time for the file to be passed to the next player.
You're supposed to send that file to somebody? So fucked up.
Stark raving
Mad
advised them
literally
that,
says, he literally says,
Quote,
I wouldn't blame you if you just
Deleted it.
reverted the save.
Yeah.
the place isn't a total loss, so long as you know, don't open the front door. Good luck no matter what you decide to do with it. End quote. Undeterred, the next person in the queue, named Bremen,
The Q.
Mhm.
I feel like that word should not be pronounced like that. I feel like that should be pronounced Quayway.
Quayway.
What you were gonna say something different? How do you think you should pronounce it?
Oh, just like when I was little, I remember playing Roller Coaster Tycoon.
Yeah.
The original. And I remember seeing Q line, and I'm like, oh, a Queewee line. Queewee line.
Queewee.
My brother and I think, called it a Queewee.
Queewee. Oh, you little fucking idiot. Quayway.
Yeah.
Kill you.
took up.
Someone in chat said 4B's moment. You want me to kill that guy?
I was like 6.
You want me to kill
Fuck
that guy?
you.
You want me to kill that guy? It's one of my moderators.
Nah, leave him.
The mantle of Overseer and began plotting his solution to the siege. Ballistas. By installing ballistas in the walls, the dwarves could safely fire out from the settlement without opening the doors. But by the time the first one was constructed, the goblins had given up their siege and left entirely, leaving only the elephants, and the military charged out of the doors and struck them down. Relative peace finally returned to Boatmurdered. To prepare for another siege, Bremen installed a second ballista. As if to commemorate this victory, a dwarf was taken by a fey mood,
Take a shot!
and, after finding the necessary materials, crafted a masterwork bracelet depicting a dog killing a mandrill, an elephant making a plaintive gesture before a laughing dwarf, and, somewhat perplexingly, something that the game called a cheese.
Not cheese, a cheese.
Oh, cheese.
Yeah. Like a singular cheese.
One cheese.
You know, what I do like about it is that it seems like they programmed it in such a way where the dwarves are making art of things that are relevant to their lives.
Yes, absolutely. Like dwarves create art of experiences that they have had or things that they have witnessed.
Yeah.
While food would not be an issue, the alcohol supply would, as Bremen had neglected to plant crops in the spring,
They have little
leaving the
memory
dwarves
logs.
with no fermentable plants. There was now no alcohol remaining to appease Boatmurdered's workers. Grumpy dwarves will sometimes simply refuse to work, which would only further worsen the fortress's troubles. Troubles amplified by a growing population whose limits would soon be tested by events that seemed too preposterous even by the standards of Dwarf Fortress.
What a great sentence.
As the mood of Boatmurdered's dwarves began to dip, 7 more elephants approached the walls of the fortress. This new attack came so soon after the previous one that the dwarves have been unable to craft new cages and reset the traps, leaving only 2 armed and prepared. These traps performed their duty, but this still left 5 elephants. Most of the military was either lounging or eating, leaving only 1 dwarf to man the ballistas, killing 2, but it was then that the unbelievable happened.
Is this the part with the butterfly? No, that's later, right? No, that's now?
No, it is now.
Yeah, I remember more than I thought I did.
Quote, "Disaster strikes when a dwarf wanders in and gets killed by an elephant. All the other dwarves, seeing opportunity for new capitalistic riches, begin to rush towards the body to grab his valuable equipment. Remembering the stories I heard about my predecessor, I hurriedly ordered the outer door to be locked, but the door is stuck open. Sabotage. That elephant sympathizer, that traitor, that quisling, that monarch butterfly?" Apparently, showing incredible coordination, a monarch butterfly flew into the door workings just before the time of the attack and jammed it open. With all the bodies and items left by the elephants, no one is doing such a low-priority task as cleaning up bug remains. Meanwhile, the ballista operators, seeing the riches beyond their carved fortifications, gleefully follow the crowd out the main door and into the elephant-choked tunnel. Assigning more dwarves to operate the ballistas depletes the remaining supply of arrows without effect.
The greed. The greed. They succumbed to the greed. I have to... First of all, I want to thank this guy in chat for the 5 gift subs. I usually, again, I don't thank people, but that's...
No, that's fair.
That's a fat 5 gifted. Thank you. Thank you, everybody who's been subbing and stuff. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, guys. You feel like... yeah, again, insect remains would not prevent this door from getting closed. But I guess any object at all would stop the door from being closed. Anything.
I guess like I have to go off of their word.
Yeah,
right. Like it's in the way. I think technically what happened was like the corpse was on top. And so, like, the thing on top has to be moved first, but it's a bug corpse, so it had, like, who's going to move that?
Yeah. Okay.
Also, yes, this is very much a, oh my god, wait, these dwarves are just the fucking trad wife. Oh shoot, what is it? Like slow living, the slow living girl saw a butterfly.
And I didn't clean the corpse up, so we couldn't close the gates, so the elephants could keep pouring in, because that's what happened.
My boyfriend and I were going to go out for matcha smoothies, but we couldn't open the gate because there was a butterfly.
And I saw a butterfly in the gate, and then there was a miasma, and I walked into the miasma.
Now I'm standing on top of my boyfriend's rotting corpse, and it stinks. And I went inside and I made myself a matcha smoothie.
Matcha latte.
Matcha latte.
Shit. I mean, I think her general intelligence level probably matches the dwarves in this game. Like, I feel like that's on par. You know, like
it
running
really
into...
does. Like,
yeah.
She does kind of feel like a dwarf, right? Like... She is given a vague list of like tasks to get done, and she mostly ignores them and just drinks.
I feel like, you know, in the past, you know, I was concerned that like we were being a little too mean to this girl, but like, I'm sorry. Like, what
Mike,
the fuck
she
is
doesn't
going on
have
there?
the mental capacity to understand that we're making fun of her. It's ethical.
I remember seeing the video and how her boyfriend had to like hold her hand to like show her where the sidewalk was or whatever. And I'm like, and you know, like, listen, I'm not trying to be mean. Like, I'm really not trying to be like, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not trying to be a dick. But like, is it ethical that she's like, that they just let her have like a fucking social media? Like, that they let her have a TikTok. Like should she be? Like, you know, like she was so fucking, again, like just helpless. It felt like. You know,
now that you mention it, now I'm starting to wonder.
Yeah.
Is that her channel, or
the
is that
boyfriends? Yeah.
the boyfriend's channel who is managing it for her, telling her to make these videos? Now I wonder.
It's just fucking weird.
Oh God,
it's just weird.
This
the whole slow.
You want to know
thing,
why? It reminds me a little bit of family channels, where parents will have put their kids' adolescences online.
Yeah, the toy channels and shit. Yeah. It's just that making that content for adults, for adult women, you know.
It is profoundly unethical. I have very strong opinions about this.
And she made a matcha latte for Luke, and then they went to Luke. Like, how many fucking lattes got consumed in that video? It's almost like I kind of wish. Do you remember the one TikTok with the fucking Marg Tower? You remember? Yes, you do.
Which one?
The one with the Marg Tower, with the kid's like, a day in the life of an average college student in Chicago. And it is just like fucking like alcohol abuse and like insane fucking, like having like 6 dinners.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
No, it
was
was the
it was parody.
It was the parody one. Yes.
I kind of want to try like maybe taking a crack at like a parody of the slow living trend
in the style of top 5 alien Hitlers.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. And just have it be like, you know, and then I made a matcha latte for Luke, and then I made a matcha latte for Luke, and then I made another matcha latte for Luke, you know.
And then I pissed, and then I pissed, and then I pissed, and then I pissed.
Forgot. And then I made him another latte because I forgot that I made him a latte because I saw a butterfly, and then I went outside and I couldn't find the gate. So Luke had to come and hold my hand and show me where the gate was. And then I saw on the street that another slow living TikToker got hit by a car in the middle of the road. So I went out there to grab her purse and makeup and stuff, her accessories. And then I got hit by a car. And then another slow living TikToker came out to get my accessories. And then they got hit by a truck. And then that's Boatmurdered. And then that's just Boatmurdered. Why did I fucking forget how to speak for a second? Did you hear that? Holy fuck. I think I just put myself in the headspace of the slow living girl like a little bit too well, and it just fucking affected my brain function.
It's because you were speaking too quickly.
Yeah. Holy shit. Anyway, that's Boatmurdered. That was the point. You method acted too well. Yeah. I broke my brain. It's stuck like that now.
Boatmurdered is less slow living and more slow dying.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, I'll play this shit.
My Mark's dwarves run out of bolts, but there are still 2 elephants remaining. There's only one chance left. I activate the entire military and send them in a massed charge at the elephants. The recruits, minus all those drinking, eating, and sleeping, let out a mighty shout and charge. For the glory of Boatmurdered. No one can fault their bravery, only their results. End quote. With the military failing, Bremen fell back on a piece of engineering created by one of his predecessors that had, until now, gone unused. With all of the elephants still outside, Bremen pulled one of the levers which withdrew a drawbridge. As there were no longer any bolts remaining in the fortress, Bremen set his dwarves to making more, and the moment that each was constructed, it was fired at the elephants outside, eventually injuring them enough for them to exsanguinate. Within a month, another herd of elephants approached, and the response from the dwarves of Boatmurdered was less than swift. Quote, I wondered why no dwarf has put up the doors yet, or even cleared the equipment and refuse from the area. A quick inspection finds the problem. The huge number of tame animals, combined with the narrow corridors, is causing a truly horrible traffic jam. I order the corridors widened and as many animals as possible put into cages.
You have to wonder how no one noticed that until now. How did none of the previous rulers notice that there was just this congestion happening? That it prevented anything from getting done. That prevented any of the dwarves from being able to physically move towards that fucking gate and do anything about this very persistent elephant issue.
I think that they knew. I think that the elephants were a more immediate issue. And this is like the inherent problem of Boatmurdered. Something else more pressing takes attention away from other things that need to be done. And those other things that don't get done end up making the existing problems worse.
Right.
Like Boatmurdered is a constant daisy chain of not planning far enough ahead.
Right.
Luckily,
Like,
the
this is what
elephant-
happens when you. This is what happens. Okay. You know those motherfuckers who are like, live in the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to know what happens when you only live in the moment and don't plan ahead? Boatmurdered.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so someone in chat said the dwarf priorities are a mystery to humans. Well, my question is this: how much of what the dwarfs do you influence as the player? Like, you give them commands, like, go do this, go fix that, go build this, whatever. And they do it, right? That's how the game works, right? You give them...
Right, yeah. You give them tasks. And
yeah.
One of the biggest mistakes that you can make in Dwarf Fortress is assigning too many tasks at once. Because that is a very good way to make sure that one of those tasks ain't getting done.
Right. Right. So you make sure one dwarf per task until the task is completed, probably.
Well, the trick is that you do not assign specific dwarves to tasks. You say, this has got to get done. And the dwarves among themselves go,
That's how the game works. And then if the dwarf...
Yes.
Oh, shit. Right. Wow.
Yeah.
So they're
I
not
want
good
this
at
carved out.
prioritizing should get done in, like, what order. They just go and divvy it up amongst themselves. And you have no control over that.
Yeah. Correct. Like, you do have some control, right? Like, you can designate certain dwarves to do mining.
Yeah.
But you can't really assign a specific dwarf to do a specific job, not without, like, excessive micromanagement.
Yeah. I mean, you could get in there, but I mean, I think at that point, like, that's not going to be a very fun way to play the game.
Yeah, you can. The way that you handle this is you have specific dwarves for specific tasks, but then you run into the problem of making sure that you don't queue up too many tasks for those dwarves and make sure that the things that really need to get done get done.
You can mark rocks to be mined. You classify empty rooms as workshops, bedrooms, or storerooms. You give them certain jobs.
Yeah, you zone.
Okay.
You zone. You can specialize.
You have the only time you have vague control of the dwarves is military shit, but even then they do whatever they want. Oh fuck!
It's very limited.
You just gotta hope they do the things that are really important.
Well, let me put it this way. If you have assigned 5 dwarves to mining, but they are all like asleep or eating or injured, then a different random dwarf is not about to pick up a pickaxe and go and do the job to make sure it gets done.
Yeah, you'd have to look and say, well, the mining's not getting done. I got to put more dwarves on it.
Yeah, like, you have to look at the problem. And this is what I mean by problems and, like, these problems mounting underneath a player's notice, right? Like, if a job isn't getting done, we're going to have to start digging to figure out why.
It seemed like Stark was very frustrated with that aspect of, I think, just the game in general, right? Like, I remember he expressed frustration at being like, I told the dwarves to do this, and it hasn't happened. It's been months, and the dwarves have not done the thing I've told them to do. He said that. He was role playing, but I think that happened, you know.
Remember that nobody in this game could have had more than a few months of experience with this game because it had released only earlier that year.
Right. And what's the real world reign of one of these players?
Like they'll take a week or something, a week or a week and a half to finish a year.
Long turns, okay.
If you you can bang out a year in Dwarf Fortress pretty quickly though. Like these people are just busy college students.
Yeah. What's up, Adam? thanks for the bits. There's a funny story that's the opposite of Boatmurdered regarding a mermaid bone crusher. Do you know about this, Fred?
Oh, right.
While Boatmurdered was real, the version of the mermaid bone crusher story that gets passed around is heavily exaggerated. The concept that spawned the story never got past theoretical discussion because mermaid bone cost was lowered. Well, what the fuck?
Yeah, so...
You didn't tell me anything.
So there was an idea... Sometimes, you need specific materials, and you can put together systems to do that, and a theoretical... there are mermaids in the game, right? And theoretically, if you could get your hands on a mermaid, you can have an ocean, you can have a coastline biome for your, for your fortress. And theoretically, you could put a mermaid into a pool, and you could put mermaids into a pool, breed them, and then slaughter them and use their bones. Because bones are a very common crafting material, and mermaid bones are worth more.
Okay. So, but it never happened because they changed the game?
They lowered the cost.
What do you mean by the cost? What does that mean, the cost?
Like the cost of mermaid bones. They made it so that
you just buy them?
The thing was the idea was you sell them for lots of stuff. There is no currency in the game.
So bartering. So anyways, the mermaid bones ended up being worthless, so it was who would even bother to try to do that?
Yeah.
Someone might just do it anyway for science, though. It's not that big a deal, right?
Yeah, the problem is in concept, it's horrifying because mermaids are sapient.
Oh, I mean, I get the ethical dilemma. I'm past that. I want to know. I'm fine. They're technically not human. It's just kill them. I don't give a shit. Yeah,
you have been playing so much goddamn Helldivers.
Yeah, just fucking kill them. kill them. I don't fucking care. I'm over that part. The dilemma is not a concern to me. I'm wondering about the logistics. Is there saying it would be insanely convoluted?
I don't think it was even that convoluted.
To put a fucking mermaid in a pond? In a pool?
It is, for the majority of Dwarf Fortress's life, it was way more efficient to just sell food.
Yeah. Grow food and sell it.
There really wasn't much point. Yeah. That grow food, make complicated food, and then sell that food. There was kind of the way that the value of food was calculated was dumb.
Yeah.
And so people would just make food and then sell it and just make obscene money.
Yeah, but that makes sense. I mean, I'm sure, food is probably the biggest part of the global economy on Earth in reality. People
right. I mean, caravans would come loaded with goods, and a dwarf would plop down a bowl of soup and trade that bowl of soup for everything that they brought.
Yeah, that's okay. That's a little insane. Yeah, it's a little broken. What kind of soup though? That changes the equation significantly.
Anything. It could be anything.
New England clam chowder.
You could do that, I'm sure.
Chicken corn tortilla soup.
I mean, dwarven food is just mashing things together. So
cream and broccoli. French onion. Lobster
you would
bisque.
Need a cheese. You would need a cheese to do that.
Lobster bisque. Mike, watch out.
Are you hungry?
For what?
Are you just hungry?
I am.
No, you're just naming foods.
Yeah, I'm just
assuming you're hungry.
Yeah, I am. All right, I'm going to play this.
Herd turns south and skips the fortress entirely.
You ever have Radagast red velvet pancake puppies? We're not doing that to him. We're not going to do that to him.
With the corridors beginning to be passable again, a dwarf manages to construct the door, blocking off the elephants forever. End quote. Boatmurdered had just been saved by a stroke of luck, with another fey mood taking a dwarf.
Take a shot! Somebody in chat said, I made a fortress that bred black mambas and made a living making food out of their eggs. The fortress failed because it turns out black mambas are not born tame. I'm surprised you can even tame the black mamba. They're snakes. They're venomous snakes, right? You could tame venomous snakes? Can you tame any animal in Dwarf Fortress?
I think so. If it's not like a demon or something.
Why didn't these assholes try taming the elephants?
Oh, they did.
They did.
You might have noticed. I mentioned that they ran out of traps and didn't have time to reset.
That's
them.
how you tame
Like they have
traps.
They have elephants everywhere. Remember,
I thought
they're like wandering around.
Mike ellipses. I thought that the traps were killing the elephants. I didn't know it was down there.
No. They had elephants in cages.
Okay.
Some of the traps are killing the elephants, but some of them are in cages.
Okay. I do now remember there being elephants in cages.
My cat. My cat is here.
Batch cat?
Rebecca, yeah, my batch cat came and said hi.
I heard the batch cat go, "Boop." Did you hear that?
Went,
"Boop." I heard, "Boop." Bah. No, we're not going to do that to Fred.
To commemorate the events of the last year.
Nothing. We're not going to.
Two of the four scenes depicted were of an elephant striking down a dwarf. Stark raving mad, whose turn was finished but was still...
You know what? We are going to do that to him. Actually, we are going to do that to him. I'm going to show you something.
What do you mean we're going to do that?
We're going to do that. I want to show you something real quick. Real quick. It's just going to be a couple minutes.
The Juicero.
You know about the Juicero?
Making juice is easy.
Of course I know about what
Start by taking a stroll down to the neighborhood farmer's market.
Is this the wrong... hold on, we're just...
$50 worth
so you do know about this,
organic
right?
fruits and vegetables.
Have you ever seen this commercial before?
No, I have not seen this commercial.
All right, we're going to show you this commercial.
The Juicero is...
Cut them, chop them, wash them again, peel them.
I think this peeler's...
I just want you to watch this commercial for me, okay? It's a minute. It's less than 2 minutes.
Dig your juicer out the back of your cupboard, realize there's still a part missing, find it. Figure out how to put it all together, then juice. And enjoy. Oh, but did you think you were done? Because you're not. Now you've made a big old mess that you have to clean up. The machine, the countertop, pretty much your whole kitchen.
No, Radagast Red Velvet Pancake
All
Puppies is
so
a whole
making
other
juice
rabbit
isn't
hole we're
easy
not going to
at
go
all.
down,
It's
chat.
actually a huge pain.
I just want to go down this one little rabbit hole with him.
This is the most Silicon Valley ad I've ever seen.
That is amazing. You said the exact same thing I did.
Did I?
Yeah, I said the exact same fucking thing. And you know what else I brought up immediately after is the rabbit hole, the Warrants episode that we recorded. But I didn't tell them what it was about. Yeah, I didn't tell them what it was about. I just said that we did something.
Have a fair bit,
tangentially related to this. Yeah.
It's a juicero.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know what that word means.
I need you to pay attention to this for me, okay?
Juicero, the best juice ever.
I need you to pay attention.
What comes out of the Juicero is so fresh that it shouldn't even be called juice. It should just be called, I don't know, squashed produce, because that's what it is. Our founder, Doug...
Oh, I just found a new thing. I just found a new thing to be mad at, chat. I didn't notice that the first time. What'd you say, Fred?
It should be called squashed produce.
I know. I know. Infuriating. I know.
You're trying to sell me on your product, and you're like, actually, it's worse than juice. Actually, this is dumb.
You're right. It's worse. Anyway, here's Doug.
Is straight up made of juice.
Literally, there's juice in my veins.
Yeah, he's dying. It's serious, actually. We're really worried about him.
The Juicero team have taken care of...
No, hold on. Go back.
Yeah.
Like, to when he and the team are looking at the camera.
I knew this was going to do this to him. He's already... See, he's like... It got him. It grabbed him. Right here?
No. The one with the team. Him and the team.
Our founder, Doug, is straight up made of juice.
Literally, there's juice in my veins.
Doug and the...
Yeah.
This.
Yeah. Yeah, the dog works at the company. He's got a dental plan and shit.
That is the face of a man who has committed major tax fraud.
Yes.
And those smiles on the entire team, those are the smiles of people who have been told to shut the fuck up if the IRS comes.
They're afraid. Didn't he get arrested though for serious? For serious?
I don't fucking know.
I'm asking chat because we were talking about this. We watched this like last week. He got arrested for something, some kind of fraud. Unironically, I don't know if it was tax evasion.
Was it actually like it's some sort of fraud? Like he has to have committed some kind of fraud.
Is this a real ad? Yes. Yes.
Juicero team have taken care of everything.
He's Fred. You're not going to believe what his latest project is.
Oh, really?
He sells raw water. Now,
why does he just keep coming up with new fluids that make people shit?
Not just the washing, the peeling, and the chopping, but the growing, the harvesting.
Pay attention now, Fred.
The washing.
I need you to pay attention because we're working towards something here, buddy. Okay?
Refrigerated, transporting, inspecting. Did we mention the washing, the packaging, and finally delivering to your house? And we haven't even gotten to the most genius part yet. There's nothing to...
What do you want to say, Fred?
I would really like to point out that they went to lengths to make certain that you don't see the skin color of the people who are doing all of the washing and peeling and whatever to the vegetables.
Did they?
Go and look at that sequence. They explicitly made sure.
Taking care of everything. Not just the washing, the peeling, and the chopping. But
You think that's the point of the gloves?
That is, oh yeah.
That's very cynical, Fred. That's very cynical. The gloves are for, just so you don't get germs on the vegetables.
They're working with produce. Yeah, the gloves are fine, but they've got more than gloves on.
But the growing, the harvest.
There's hands right there, bro. I could see this fucking
for a fraction of a second.
The washing, the refrigerated
yeah, now there's no
transport,
hands.
the inspect.
Now there's no people, and then when you see people again,
they look like they're cooking meth. What are they wearing? This is a great point, though.
Inspecting. Did we mention the washing, the packaging?
They push past it. They push past it real fast.
I need you to pay attention to this, okay? Because you're gonna. I want to see your raw reaction to something, okay?
Finally delivering to your house, and we haven't even gotten to the most genius part yet. There's nothing to clean. No mess whatsoever. It's so easy that it makes the old way of juicing seem, well, old.
Why did I do all that other stuff?
Who cares? That's our past life. This is our new life.
Fucking psychotic. Watch this. Watch this.
Okay, I'm watching.
Juicero. The easiest, freshest, most delicious way to get juice.
What the fuck was that sound?
Thank you. You don't understand. That woman making that fucking sound stun-locked me for like an hour and 45 minutes the other night. And chat's like, oh my God, who cares? Who cares? And I'm like, I fucking care. What the fuck was that sound? Why did she make that sound?
Could you rewind?
Yes,
can we
yes,
watch
I can.
That bit again?
Thank you. By the way, thank you. Okay, I did sort of prime him to be paying attention to it, but everybody was acting like I was overreacting or some shit. No,
you didn't need to prime me for shit. What the fuck was that sound?
This is our new life.
Okay, we were doing a stream called "You Mold, You Lose," and I lost because of that sound, not because of anything else happening in this advertisement. By the way, not because of anything. And there was a lot of things to be pissed off about in this advertisement.
Juicero. The easiest Sarah.
Why did she make that sound?
What is it supposed to be, right? Like, what is she representing? Like, welcome to my hell. Welcome to my hell now.
Is this like one of those tests for autism where, like, if you're autistic, you won't be able to understand why she's making this noise?
Maybe we're failing. Maybe we're failing the test. Maybe.
Like, you don't have the social capacity in your brain to understand.
Yeah, maybe. It's not like and chat was coping. What?
Is she a furry?
Yeah, it's a sheep furry.
Is she flying?
Chat was like, oh, it's supposed to be like ta-da. They went, oh, you know when people go ta-da when they show you something? Like she's showing him the juice.
Why didn't she say ta-da?
That's exactly what I said. I said, no, because if it was like ta-da, then it would have just been ta-da. It wouldn't have been this other thing that none of us have ever fucking heard of before. It would be ta-da. Right?
Like she's staring him in the eye and stimming.
Yeah, it's really weird, man. It's really fucking weird, right? It's not just me.
To be fair, the Juicero, you know what? That sound actually makes perfect sense in the context of the Juicero.
Okay.
The Juicero is a product with nobody, like is a product for nobody, helping you take advantage of a service for nobody, and pitched with an advertisement where an actor makes a sound that nobody understands.
It's all on brand. Yeah.
It is on brand.
You know what's weird? They left that in the ad. Hank, they could have edited that out or just not edited it in. You know what I mean? Like, but why did they include that? Like, that was a conscious decision on the part of someone to put the ba into the fucking ad.
Yeah, it's like, this is the sound. This is the only sound you will be capable of making after putting like the fucking
bag in there,
chemicals that were on the vegetables into your body.
This machine costs $700, and they don't sell you the juice unless you buy it. The juice costs $2,000 a year, and you get the subscription, the recurring subscription for the juice, and you get like. By the way, this doesn't exist anymore. You can't. Everybody who bought this machine is fucked. How many?
The bag has a QR code on it that is scanned by that little gap in the top there.
Yeah. Yep. And then it just basically punctures the bag and lets the juice out, which you could do with scissors.
Yeah, well, you use your hands. There's video of people getting the bags and just using their hands.
You don't even need scissors.
Just squeeze them. Yeah, you need no tools.
The founder called himself the Steve Jobs of juice. Oh my god. Oh,
this is
man.
Maybe don't have a CEO who is mainlining celery juice.
Yeah, he's injecting it into his bloodstream like some kind of fucking rejuvenation practice, like youthifying procedure, like fucking Mr. Burns in The Simpsons. Rejuvenating. Oh my god. Mike, she's saying bah because the machine is goated. Fuck you.
Fuck off.
Fuck you, man. You know what I want to know? For $2,000 a year, how many bags of juice do you get? Like, how many?
Probably not a lot.
Fucking insane.
$2,000 a year.
Yeah. Yeah.
In what world?
This is in 2008, I think. So, I mean, you know.
Also,
take that into account, I guess.
I really hate this framing. Okay. There are
you mean the infomercial framing? Like the classic infomercial framing?
Yeah, kind of. It's okay.
She loves new Super Mario Bros. Yeah.
There is a joy to going out to like a farmer's market, getting fresh produce, and then like making something like this. There is a joy to the process of making this, right?
Yeah.
And I think what makes it so Silicon Valley coded is that this advertisement was written by like a fucking alien in Silicon Valley who cannot conceive of the joy of doing something with his own hands.
It's a tech bro. It's a tech bro. It's the same psychology behind AI art. You know, it's like that.
Right. Like, and let's get one thing straight, right? Like, my favorite appliance in my house is my dishwasher. The dishwasher is amazing.
Yeah,
right? I love that I don't have to wash my dishes.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Like, I personally find that to be a really unpleasant chore. It means that all that time that I was going to spend washing dishes can be done doing literally anything else.
No one's going to sit there looking forward to washing dishes. No one's looking forward to any part of washing dishes.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
But going and like making food, I've talked about this on stream before.
Yeah.
There is a joy to making food, to feeding yourself, right?
Yeah.
Like, and if you want to say, like, it maddens me that the pitch isn't, do you like juice from fresh produce, but you're too busy to be able to do it? Well, here is our thing. No, their angle is, wow, interacting with the things that I eat sure sucks. I wish that I could interact with it less. In fact, I wish that I could just have a stoma implanted in my stomach so I can shove the nutrient slop straight in there. Because these people are fucking aliens.
I knew this was going to do this to him. I knew it. I knew if we showed him this was going to happen.
Because these people are aliens.
Well, someone in chat, remember we were talking about Soylent during the podcast, the futurist episode? Someone in chat said...
Yeah. You mean like making sure you get your daily dose of heavy metals.
The guy in chat, he said the CEO of Soylent actively has spoken about how he hates eating. Like, he hates eating. He set out to fucking create an alternative to eating. Like, straight up, like, I think Ryan brought up the Soylent in the episode, but it's like, that was closer to the mark than he even realized, I think. Because that's, again, going back to the futurist being like, yeah, we're all going to get our nutrients from pills one day.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
I think, here's the thing. With the futurist angle, there is, oh, excuse me. Oh, dear.
You're welcome.
There is one idea. There is one idea that I kind of get, right? They still accept that, like, there is some pleasure to be had from eating. And the Juicero feels like removing even that.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's alien. Aren't you fellow humans fed up with putting nutrients in your mouth hole?
Yeah. It's gross and primitive and weird.
Aren't you tired of being human?
To be honest with you, it's kind of embarrassing.
Frankly, really? You all are gross. Everyone on Glorpo 5 agrees.
Cringe and gross. Dirty, ugly, and stupid. Stop eating food, drink, process. What did she say? Compressed vegetables.
What? Squashed vegetables.
Squashed vegetables, like, she said.
Squashed vegetables. Yeah. It's
squashed
like
consume squashed produce.
Squashed produce. I would like to keep you in mind, the same people who are trying to shove this down your throat are the same people who are telling you that there is no joy in creation. Let a computer do it for you.
People.
We've trained it on like the whole body of American human. Fuck it, yeah. American syndrome. America is the world. Humanity's artwork.
Yeah.
Right.
Fuck.
Like we have trained our computer. Now you don't ever have to make anything ever again.
Yep.
Isn't making art joyless? Right? So the same people who make this are the same people who are telling you that being human is an inconvenience. Guess what? Being a human isn't an inconvenience for you. Being human is an inconvenience for them.
Yeah.
Because when you are doing human things, you're not making profit for them.
Right.
You could be spending time making value for the company.
You know, I think you actually answered my main question. The ba is Glorpy, like the language of Glorpulon 6 or whatever the fuck you said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
but
like, eventually you won't.
Yeah,
it's kind of like the Mechanicus, right? Like they speak in the noosphere. They're more efficient at speaking.
It's the ba. They just in the future, everyone will just ba at each other, and you'll just be able to know what that means. That's why they left it in the video, because like if you don't know what it means, like too bad. Like if you know, right? Like that's why they left it in the advertisement, because it's like it's almost like a dog whistle for the Glorpulons, Ba.
Yeah, right. Right, like every person on Glorpulon 6 is like, I get it.
Ah, yes, of course. Ba. We say that to each other quite often. Ba.
It's the only word in our language.
Ba. They got Glorpulons to do the vocals on the new Super Mario Brothers game. It's the only word. Yeah, just their entire language is just various intonations of that one syllable, ba. Right? Just that's how they ba, reproduce, marry, consume. Ba.
Right, that literally is what's going on with the pronatalists. The pronatalists are like they're like, oh, what's going to happen? Like you think they're afraid of like whatever shit?
Extinction.
No, they're afraid that there aren't going to be enough people to throw into the meat grinder to keep their companies working.
Correct.
That's what they're afraid of.
Correct. Absolutely correct. I'll tell you what, I told Elon, I said, listen, I will have as many babies as you want me to, as long as you pay for them, motherfucker. Pay up. You want? Are you paying for them, asshole?
Right. It's like, so like you're going to leave enough money for me to feed those kids, right?
Yeah, because you're not going to do that, are you? Yeah, the meat grinder. Yeah.
It's like, oh well, you should make it like you should have your own garden to grow your own food. Like, well. Sure, if you left me any time to do so.
Yeah, because we're going to do that, because we're going to be able to afford property to do that on.
Like I'm going to have, like
or
anyone
time
has
to do it, or time to do it, yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's not about extinction. It's about, we need line go up at any cost.
Yeah, that basically is what this is. And that's how you get
Juicero.
Apparently there's an emote now, but I can't see it because 7TV is broken.
Oh.
All right, we're going to go back to the point.
Anyway,
I'm very sorry. I was like, I'm going to show you a 2-minute video 40 minutes later.
Yeah, whatever.
The thread wrote sarcastically,
you know how this goes.
Quote,
you knew what you signed up for here.
Yeah.
Made an amulet of all the history I know. Look, it's an elephant slaughtering dwarves by the hundreds. You can really see the bones and gristle. If you check the back, there's a lovely rendering of a butterfly jamming the fortress doors open. Also, more elephants killing dwarves.
How big was this butterfly?
End quote. Soon after this, a child would be taken by a fey mood as well and
take a shot.
Make a piece of art, also depicting an elephant slaughtering a dwarf. In response to Stark raving mad, noting that most of the previous rulers had died during his turn, Bremen replied, quote, I ran out of coffins. Then I ran out of designated graveyard space. Most of you are spending your eternal rest in the garbage dump. End quote. While the installation of doors could prevent the rampaging elephants from entering and prevent the dwarves from leaving in an emergency, fortifications could not protect any traders in transit. That autumn, just as a herd of elephants was loitering on the road into Boatmurdered, the yearly dwarven trade caravan arrived and ran directly into the elephants, who immediately became irate and attacked.
They said,
"Get a load of this!"
Leaving only one guard alive. During the quiet winter, Bremen revitalized the military both by increasing its size and having them train in crossbow shooting so that the elephants could be assaulted from within the walls. But the following year would see a piece of engineering created that would theoretically make the military obsolete. Stark raving mad had begun its construction, but had given up when encountering difficulties. The next ruler, however, possessed the knowledge to see it completed. Taking on the responsibility of overseer, forum user Sankis started the year relatively quietly, and using this merciful period, he ordered his mining dwarves to carve out a long channel along the northern side of the fortress, leading from the flowing magma to the outer wall of the mountain.
It's like a magma moat he's making, right?
The plan was simple and destructive in the extreme. If ever a threat posed itself outside, the doors would be closed, the lever would be pulled, and magma would flow out of the fortress and flood the outside.
Yeah, just the entire countryside. It wasn't even. It was just
burning.
Yeah, I remember this.
I didn't include this in the video, but this project had a name. It's called Project Fuck the World.
Okay.
Anything caught in its tide. This, however, wouldn't fix the ever-mounting problem of dwarves being unable to complete basic tasks within the fortress.
Yeah, who could blame them?
Including the moving of dead bodies, and miasma from the corpses of fallen animals and dwarves was beginning to fill the hallways. Other tasks, such as mining, required significant effort to make certain that they were done, if they were done at all. Despite the relatively swift completion of the magma canal, no major
What are the lowercase m's? Monkeys, right? Mandrills?
attacks would occur, only
Yeah.
a small raid by mandrills. Rather, a different threat would face Boatmurdered, one that threatened to end the fortress unless swift and extreme action was taken. As the final months of Sankis's playthrough were drawing to a close, a rush of water appeared from the north, inundating the fields and forest.
Why the hell did that happen?
Apparently, one of the dwarves assigned to digging out the terrain had struck a hidden source of water or carved out the bank of the river.
Can I ask you a stupid question? Isn't this water?
I'm not sure.
And
It
then
might be shallower water.
So, yeah, but then this is deeper water? That doesn't make any sense. This is, like a fucking pond or something, or a lake. And then this is the, you know, the whatever the fuck he did, the vein he tapped.
The rush of water, yeah.
And now, this water was flowing unabated, washing away the miner and stranding the other dwarves who were left outside.
Yeah, this is a complete deluge. It's like an island. No, this isn't the ocean, dude. This is a fucking flood that's happening right now.
Yeah.
Desperately, Sankis closed the doors to block the water from flowing into the fortress, but now the dwarves of Boatmurdered were stuck inside with nowhere to put the rotting corpses. With alcohol supplies dwindling and no other recourse availing him, Sankis took the only action that he could think to take. He ordered the lever pulled. Gradually,
to like kill the water with the lava?
Magma began seeping through the channel, and
dude, they must have made so much obsidian when they did this.
Once it reached the opening, it spilled out into the overworld, rapidly evaporating the water into steam as it continued to flow into the forest.
Thank you for the raid, Fluffy.
Unable to escape, many of the stranded dwarves were scalded to death by the hot steam, and those who escaped the steam were instead burned in the lava. The dogs who happened to be with them fared no better. One of the forum members reading the thread asked, "Did it solve the elephant problem at least?" Sankis replied using 2 screenshots. The first showed a herd of 7 elephants standing in the water.
They're just pissed off. They're just mad now and wet. The elephants all survived. They're just mad and wet.
No way.
Steam and lava approaching them from both sides. The second showed only the river surrounded by scorched earth. Beneath these screenshots, he wrote the words, "You tell me."
It does sort of look like some of the plants survived, though. Like some of the trees survived this.
Yeah, some
Before
trees.
ending
Like the
his
trees survived.
turn, Sankis named a dwarf after himself and had him decorate his tomb. The first etching, named The Old Stick of Balls, was a rendition of a burning dog, while the second, The Silvery Crystalline Dumpling, depicted a screaming dwarf. With these constructed, Boatmurdered and it...
I'm going to level with you. The only reason that I read the name The Silvery Crystalline Dumpling was because I needed to give some credence to the fact that I just wanted to read the name The Old Stick of Balls.
It's 91.
Couldn't read one and not the other one.
Dwarves
Right,
were then
exactly.
left in the hands
Would have been weird.
of the next player.
Yeah.
There's 91 dwarves left.
But before this new player could take his turn, Stark Raving Mad returned for an interlude. Dwarf Fortress was not meant to be the next major project for Bay 12 Games. Before Dwarf Fortress, they had intended to produce an adventure game, with Dwarf Fortress as a side project, but the latter gradually became the game that most interested the brothers and their small cadre of fans, and so it became their focus. However, their love for adventure games was still present, and so they added a special feature called Adventurer Mode to Dwarf Fortress, which allowed players to explore their randomly generated world, and included in this world would be any player-made fortresses as well, available to explore and containing art and artifacts made by the dwarves of that fortress. While the main game mode would only reveal the most basic information about any crafted art pieces, Dwarf Fortress still kept track of who or what was depicted.
So you just basically walk around in the world.
Yeah, it's an adventure game.
And
it's like a classic style adventure game.
People who make fortresses like upload them somewhere, and then they get put into a database.
So when you make a fortress, at any point you can either have it abandoned, or you can just move on from it, and then the fortress will stay in the game world. And if you use the same world, then you make another fortress, then that fortress you made will still be there, and you can make another fortress like in that world, like that same game world that's been generated.
You would call it a save file. You would say a save file.
A save file, yeah, but like there are two parts to it. There's the individual fortress file, and then there's the world file. So like you can pass off the world file that has all of the fortresses in them, and then you can start an adventurer mode game in the same world and go and explore these fortresses.
So like a lot of people
can
did
explore
that,
the
basically. Like a lot of people did that.
Yeah. Like it's a way to go and kind of explore the fortresses that you've made.
Or fortresses that other people have made.
Yeah, like if someone else has, if you can explore other people's worlds if you can get them to give you their save file.
Yeah, right, okay.
An adventurer mode allowed the player to see this within the game. Retrieving the updated files for Boatmurdered, Stark raving mad began a quest to delve into the settlement and see what he could find. One of the easiest ways to improve the value of a fortress is to engrave the walls and floor, given that it can be done quickly and at no cost in resources, and so there were many waiting there. Stark shared a handful of engravings, each depicting the wholesale slaughter of dwarves by the numerous elephants who assailed Boatmurdered.
It's like the only thing that happened in this place.
Adding, quote, "These are just a representative sample. There are dozens and dozens of engravings of dwarves being struck down by a seemingly endless herd of legendary named elephants. The slaughter must have been unimaginable. I cannot conceive of what they must have done to engender this much hatred from the elephants. It seems they did fight back and eventually triumph against the elephants, however." End quote. Among other, more mundane occurrences documented on the walls and floor, the releasing of the lava flow was also reported through the horrific deaths of the dwarves and dogs caught in it. With these discoveries, Stark concluded his exploration, and the forum thread returned to the Succession game. The next person to complete a turn in Boatmurdered, who went by Unknowing, would begin more ambitious projects for the fortress, the most dangerous of which was strip mining the as-yet unexplored area beyond the river of magma within the mountain. The magma itself was little impediment, crossed easily by a bridge, but the enemies that could be found deeper in the mountain would pose a significant threat, and with an entire military squad wiped out when the lava flow was released, the dwarves available to fight against these threats were limited.
What, do they got like Balrogs in there?
Oh, you'll find out.
This danger would prove to be far more than hypothetical.
You know what you could do? They got cave elephants. You know what you could do? You just, I don't know, can't you retract the bridge so anything chasing you falls into the lava?
Hey, Mike?
They tried.
Do you think that a dwarf would be able to get to the lever in time?
Does the person playing the game...
I want you to consider, there are corpses stinking and rotting in the middle of the floor in Boatmurdered. Do you think that anyone is going to bother to pull a lever?
Can the player pull levers and shit?
No. It has to be done by a dwarf.
A dwarf to do it, basically.
Yes.
The moment
you do not instruct a dwarf to do it. You say, hey, someone should pull this lever.
And then just hope that it happens.
Yeah, and then hope a dwarf does it in a timely manner, yeah.
Fucking insane.
Deep, they were set upon by horrible tentacle demons and quickly slain, and once they were finished, the demons moved on to assail the rest of the fortress. While the military was in a severely weakened state, the guard force was still present and prepared, and after approximately 24 dwarves were slain, representing a quarter of the population of Boatmurdered, the demons were finally stopped for good. But only 5 days after the demons were let loose onto the fortress, a goblin attack occurred. The ensuing fight would last for days, but finally, the goblins were all slain by the military and guards, with only a handful of dwarven casualties. With this, the fortress was passed to the next player, named Cross Quantum. Where other rulers would typically inspect the integrity of the fortress, Cross Quantum first took the time to appreciate the various works of art, and among the many recordings of elephants killing dwarves, there was another common representation that could be seen. Many of them were a rendition of a well-designed image of a cheese. Remarking on this, Cross Quantum wrote, quote, "Apparently the two most significant historical events here in Boatmurdered are elephants and cheese. Take a close look at the cheese ones, actually. They aren't even carvings of cheese, but renditions of some other image of a cheese.
Right.
They're freaking homages." Interested, I investigated the art history of the settlement further. I discovered this artifact, which I can only presume was the inspiration for all the imitators. Having viewed it for myself, I must agree that this image of a cheese speaks to the dwarven spirit and will be a cultural treasure for generations to come.
The image of a cheese in a clear glass, like that's the one you pointed out earlier in the video. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. End quote. Spring was quiet, but as summer arrived, a force of goblins did as well. It was now that the willingness of the administrators of Boatmurdered to use the magma channel became apparent.
I'm glad that they had an outlet for their, you know, their activities and shit. Like they had an outlet for themselves other than just getting trampled by elephants repeatedly.
As Cross Quantum's response was simply to close the doors, pull the lever, and let lava spill out over the land.
Again.
Soon after, frogmen leapt from the river but were swiftly dispatched by the guard force. 3 months later, another goblin siege arrived, and it was handled in the exact same way as the previous
So this is working.
Siege, by pulling the lever and releasing lava into the outside world, utterly consuming the goblins and what scarce plant life
The
had
frogs.
returned.
You might have noticed I'm not streaming on Twitter or YouTube tonight because something is wrong with Restream. By the way, I just want to say that. Restream is again. I pay for Restream too. It's like $100 a month or something, and it's just I don't know. It just fucking doesn't work again. So I don't know.
Boatmurdered.
They don't deserve
now more
this.
secure.
I don't know why I even actually I know why I do it, but fuck.
Than it had ever been.
Probably not worth
but
it.
this did not mean that life there was at
So
all
it's always fucking something. Yeah, it's always something.
Cross Quantum summarized his interpretation of life at Boatmurdered. Quote, "Diary, I'm starting to hate it here. It seems that every other day there's some new invading force of some kind or another.
There's an OBS plugin that lets you do that for free. I really need to look into that, but that's another one of those things I keep procrastinating. And I'll pay a ton of money to just not think about something instead of going and doing a fucking free solution because I'm like that.
There's blood all over the main hallway now. Where does it all come from? Butterflies that stink with the stench of 1,000
I need
corpses.
that OBS plugin. Do you happen to know the name of that OBS plugin? Because I can't procrastinate this anymore. This is like getting stupid. Does anybody? I'm
It's
sorry.
called that one OBS plugin.
Fred.
I don't know.
It's called AITUM. My phone auto-corrected it. AITUM OBS plugin. I got it? AITUM?
And the screams
Plugin
of possessed
is-
dwarves echo through the halls.
Plugin.
Plugin is like the kick-ass, like Hot Topic Spencer's version of Pushin. Like, you know how Pushin
yeah, the
sometimes
cat.
like has like the little X for his asshole?
Yeah.
Plugin's asshole is just gaping.
Yeah, it looks like Goatsy. Yeah. Plugin. It's fucking bad.
End quote. That winter, a kobold raid arrived.
Wait a minute. I want to back us up for a second. It said butterflies. Are we good? Butterflies that stink with the stench of 1,000 corpses.
Winter,
Insane.
a kobold raid arrived, but just as quickly turned around and left. Cross Quantum lamented, quote, "Come on, guys, we have a nice settlement. Why didn't you stick around? Was it the ashen wasteland? The blood-stained gates? Was it the screams of madmen or the stench of death? We've got awful nice engravings of some fucking cheese here. Come the fuck on in!" End quote. With winter coming to a close, and with it the end of Boatmurdered's 10th year, the next person in line was unable to finish their turn, and so another person took the save file and began a new thread, meaning that players who had already taken a turn could play again. The new thread maker, Mystic Mongol, would claim the next year for himself, opening with a summary of Boatmurdered and its population of 63 dwarves, down from 91 just 2 years prior. The military now numbered only 5. Mystic noted, quote, "Food supplies were good for a fortress of this size, although the low population count worried me.
5 guys.
Earlier reports had implied at least 100 dwarves lived in Boatmurdered. Indeed, there
He's like, come on, you guys gotta start reproducing. If not, who's gonna buy my Juicero?
were many vacant bedrooms in the projects near the entrance, most of which were not properly licensed and zoned for
Who's gonna pick the carrots at fucking slave wages so I can fucking sell my Juicero to like the 3 people left with money in Silicon Valley?
dwarven inhabitants?
Bah.
I corrected this oversight immediately.
Bah.
End quote. This line implies a potentially massive error from one of the previous rulers. One of the major amenities that dwarves require is a bedroom with basic furniture, but simply carving out a room and placing the furniture is not enough. The space must be zoned for the purpose before a dwarf can claim it.
Right.
Unzoned bedrooms would be an easy mistake to miss by later rulers, meaning that many dwarves could have been homeless for years, severely dampening their mood, and dwarves also have a tendency to ruminate upon both negative and positive events, which will worsen or improve a dwarf's mood long after the event has occurred. Still, the fact that this was now being addressed gave Boatmurdered some glimmer of hope. But this was far from the only problem that Mystic Mongol identified. Besides the lacking military, crime was rampant and unpunished in the fortress, and the bookkeeper had long since died with nobody to replace him, along with many of the other functionaries. However, many nobles still remained, and most of them were displeased. Nobles are a special class in Dwarf Fortress with special demands, many requiring higher value accommodations to remain satisfied, and while quite a few valuable treasures have been produced in Boatmurdered, few if any were assigned to them. With little precious metal being extracted from the mountain due to the numerous systemic problems, it would be difficult to provide the nobles with what they demanded. What's more, their quarters were significantly beneath sufficient, even if there were enough fine goods. Role-playing as one of the nobles, Mystic wrote, quote, "I was quite unhappy to find out my 3 royal rooms were in fact 1 room. I was further angered to find out my bedroom/dining room/study was shared with all of the house representatives, the mayor, the hammerer. Almost all of the nobles were crammed into a single room. Confusingly, they didn't seem to mind or notice. Once my initial rage died down, I assigned the remaining homeless nobles to the room. No reason they couldn't crash on my Dolomite couch. Still, I decided to spend some time making individual housing for at least a few of them."
Fred, I gotta ask you a question. What's the yellow tiles? See that yellow to the left of those?
Those
that hallway?
are that is space that has been designated to be mined.
Okay.
End quote.
Yeah, because that's him making more living quarters.
Exactly.
Right.
Much like the other rulers, Mystic took the time to inspect some of the artwork around Boatmurdered, and he chose a representative assortment of engravings.
Yeah, I might have thought it was piss.
Including a dwarf in the fetal position.
You know what? It's Boatmurdered. You can be excused for thinking that the dwarves are just like leaving a giant puddle of piss.
Yeah, that would be on brand.
A dwarf being
again. They didn't want Dwarf Fortress to be the dwarf shit game.
Or piss game for that.
They didn't want to be they didn't want people to call it Piss Fortress, okay?
Well, I mean, listen, man, I'm gonna give you my opinion on this, all right? And you know my feelings on feces. The only way that this situation could have been improved was big honking piles of shit strewn about with the corpses and all the other trash and animals and stuff. The only way it could have been better was if they had included a shit mechanic. You know what I mean? Like, look, at this point, would you really even notice if it was worse? Would you really even, at that point, care? You know,
a goblin, a scream.
Well, if there was a ship mechanic, then they could just call it Los Angeles and start charging thousands of dollars for rent.
You're thinking of San Francisco.
That's the only thing that San Francisco.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Elephant,
the other
another
one.
burning dwarf.
The other one, yeah.
And one of the tentacle demons who had slain so much of Boatmurdered's population. The fortress's currency also sported a tentacle demon on its back. With the fortress in such extreme disarray, it would take untold effort to put things right, and as Mystic Mongol began, it was difficult to say whether or not it was possible to rescue Boatmurdered. Still, there was nothing to do but try.
Wow. Space Station 13 had a ship mechanic, and guess what happened? Everybody enjoyed it.
Of the year was quiet for Mystic Mongol, who busied himself with tidying the fortress in various ways.
I feel like this guy tripled the size of the fortress. No?
Oh, it's been gradually growing.
Including ensuring that the nobles had individual quarters, each sufficiently decorated with value.
You know what's fucking crazy about this? Looking at this from the height or whatever. There's only 63 dwarves live in here. Doesn't it seem like it's...
yeah.
And what's funny is none of them had bedrooms until like a day ago.
Produced from new metal and jewels mined out of the mountain. A makeshift militia
was also... You know what it reminds me of? It kind of reminds me of Zombieland, where everyone is like laying in Bill Murray's house.
I remember that.
On the floor.
Yeah.
So created by equipping the crafts dwarves. However, the efforts of Mystic Mongol were less appreciated by Senkis, who was now taking his second term. First, in the spring, a massive force including dozens of goblins arrived, and just like the other
That's a lot of gobs.
attacks, the entrances were barricaded and the lever pulled to burn the entire invasion. Shortly afterward, another threat arrived, a bronze colossus named Lolum Romantic Day. This colossus,
I don't remember this. What the fuck is that?
Despite being a fearsome foe, was handled in much the same way as every other threat, with molten rock. To take revenge on Mystic for locking away the dwarf named for him, Senkis had an elephant released to attack Mystic's dwarf, but he managed to escape with only a broken leg.
This is just petty now.
The elephant was caught in a trap. Mystic was nonplussed by this transgression. Quote, "Yo man, what? I didn't actively hurt you. You committed a crime and you feel the need to sick an elephant on me after stripping me of my weapons?
Uh-oh, nerd fight!
Cool, dude." Senkis minimized the threat that the elephant posed to Mystic's dwarf by pointing out the high-quality armor that he was wearing, and also noting that, because he had been unarmed by his own choice, he had gained 4 levels in wrestling. He also noted that he wouldn't have done so in the first place if Mystic's dwarf was not
I have to send Fred that fucking Monster Hunter comic that I showed you guys.
a noble. Indeed, due to the frequent deaths in Boatmurdered, the number of nobles in relation to the working dwarves was quickly becoming skewed. An immigration wave, while smaller than it otherwise would have been, consisted almost entirely of nobles, further increasing the chance of demands that the fortress could not meet. While conditions were improving, the history of the fortress would still be remembered in its artwork, including the masterpieces produced by Fey Moods.
Take a shot.
To help prevent such tragedies from occurring again, Senkis constructed a moat which could be activated with the pull of a lever. Still, a few small-scale attacks were repelled by the military alone, and hope was beginning to return.
What are the, what is that? What are the, epsilons?
I don't know.
Perhaps, if things continued in such a way, Boatmurdered could potentially survive. But a brief glance at the population demographics showed just
Mike, those are Sigmas. They're skibbities? Skibbity Sigmas?
how far Boatmurdered was from attaining any sort of stability.
Trap pieces.
The population had dipped from over 100 to 61 over the course of just a few years, and a third of those remaining
Yeah, that's
dwarves
fucking
were
not
nobles,
ideal.
leaving only about 40 dwarves with skills related to labor, a distressingly low number for a fortress of Boatmurdered's age. With the year closed out, administration of the fort passed to a
Sigmoid
new
dwarves?
forum member, this one named Dr. Zero, and his keenness to roleplay helped to reveal just how badly the fort had fallen into disrepair. Quote, "The winter snows had receded already down here, and the scene was horrendous. The earth, the trees, the very rock face of the mountain was scorched and burnt. Feeble plants poked through the ash and soot in between the piles of... what was this? I moved off the paved road to investigate piles and piles of armor and weapons, laying around as if their diminutive owners simply crumbled to ash. Dogs and cats picked through the debris, hunting small vermin. I turned to look back. Perhaps I could make the journey back to Kinmelville before... No, it was too late. I was being hailed by a dwarf in rags and tatters. The dwarf hailing me was Olin, the broker. His once noble pigtail clothes hang in scraps from his limbs, standing in pools of dried vomit." End quote. Here, Dr. Zero pointed out a horrendous oversight made by the previous rulers. As time passes in Dwarf Fortress, the clothing of dwarves wears through, and new clothes must be made by either buying cloth or making it from plants.
These dwarves didn't get new clothes in 10 years.
And dwarves wearing worn clothing will be significantly less happy. At some point, the creation of new clothing
It would have been shit if shit existed in this game.
had ceased in Boatmurdered. It was possible that it had never begun at all. This would need to be rectified as soon as possible. With the food supplies buoyed only by slaughtering many of the tamed elephants in the fortress, Dr. Zero set to work planting new crops as well. Along with these issues, he noticed that many of the dwarves were idle, with no work orders to fulfill. Again, how long the fortress had been in this state was difficult to ascertain. The various engineering projects had also been poorly recorded. When Dr. Zero began pulling levers in an attempt to discover which one would water the soil
Don't do that.
intended for crops, one of them opened a valve that spilled water into the siege workshop, soaking everyone inside.
Economy? What's that?
Why this existed in the first place was a mystery, though it was likely the leftovers from an unfinished project. The proportion of dissatisfied nobles, however, was beginning to directly interfere with work in the fortress.
Shit secretly does exist in Dwarf Fortress. It's just not a system. It's solely there so monsters can be randomly generated to be made out of it. So you can so the game can randomly spawn like a shit monkey.
Yo?
Is that real?
It's literally that scene from damn it.
Trailer Park Boys.
It has Jay and Silent Bob in it.
Oh, the shit golem from Dogma.
The shit demon. Dogma.
It's a
Thank
golem.
you.
It's specifically a golem, I remember.
Shit.
From Golgotha. The I'm talking about in Trailer Park Boys when it's like shit monkeys, Randy.
When the
You know,
jeweler
shit
was
monkeys.
unable to keep up with the demands of so many nobles, and all
That's got to be added to the. I was probably the funniest network television shows of all time. You got to put Trailer Park Boys on there. Got to put Trailer Park Boys on there.
often lacking the materials necessary to meet those demands, she was thrown in prison, further slowing Boatmurdered's production.
Got him.
What's more, a new immigration
You haven't seen it, have you, Fred?
Nope.
One day, get around to it. It's worth it.
wave of 9 dwarves arrived, a third of which were nobles, doing nothing to fix the demographic imbalance. This was made slightly worse when the arriving Baron's consort gave birth, to which Dr. Zero reacted by writing, "Just what we need, more noble larvae."
Yeah, because they're going to be born as nobles. They're not going to be born as regular dwarves.
Still, the rest of the year
Shit winds are blowing, Randers.
was quiet, and Dr. Zero did his best to set up the next ruler to be able to mine out more metals and gems. Despite the hopeful epilogue to the 13th year, the next person to take control would make clear his belief to the contrary immediately, that there was nearly no hope for Boatmurdered to escape its imminent doom.
Well, not with that attitude.
Yeah, right?
For the 14th
Marijuana's
year,
back.
Marijuana returned, and his assessment of the fortress was immediately dismal. Quote, "There are so many problems with Boatmurdered that I don't even know how to begin reversing the cycle of decay. The first thing I noticed was the smell, and I don't know what to say about it. It's like an elephant's ass. Then I saw the bones and the rotting pieces of flesh that children kick around in the streets.
Fucking AVGN ruler.
And the nightmare scenes carved into the walls of dwarves and animals screaming, of monsters gorging upon children in lumps, and things I never want to speak of. It's as if the dwarves of Boatmurdered have lost all hope. I don't know what to do for these people, or if indeed there is anything that can be done for them. For now, I have ordered them to move these piles of goblin equipment to the magma river to be melted. By the gods, how many legions of goblins have died before the gates of Boatmurdered?" End quote. Despite ordering them moved, the goblin armor lay outside untouched, their former owners burnt away in the lava. Any production in Boatmurdered was quickly becoming paralyzed. Marijuana was further frustrated by the demands of the newly arrived elven diplomat, who ordered that the fortress limit the number of trees that it would cut down.
What?
After tentatively agreeing to the demands, he immediately came to regret his acquiescence.
There's trees left after all the magma flows?
And he sicked
Don't
the
look at
small
me.
military on the elven merchants, stealing everything that they had brought with them.
Awesome.
Then, he ordered the dwarves out into the forest to cut down the trees.
The music is perfect because it really gives that sense of like how fucking dire this is. And
Yeah,
how, you know?
Ryan did a great job on the music. I was worried that it would undercut the humor a little bit, but
No, it's perfect.
I think it still works.
No,
Okay, good.
The humor is coming through. If anything, it's accentuating the humor with the contrast.
I have learned to just trust Ryan.
Yeah.
Also, I would like to point out, if you look at the commands on the right side of the screen, it reads sex.
Sex.
Everyone, if you play Dwarf Fortress, you can have sex.
How did you even see that, man? Well, you must have been staring at this for a long time during the editing.
I haven't seen it until... No, I have not seen this until literally just now.
Just now? Have sex. Poop your pants and have sex. Fred, you seen fucking Morbius, right?
Yes, I have.
Thank God. I was about to be like, what are you doing with your life? What do you mean it sucks?
What? Were you... I'm sorry. I am not cultured enough to appreciate the bat bending at the end.
The bat bending. Oh man, yeah, no, that was my favorite bit.
That had stood...
Well, no, I think my favorite bit was the Matt Smith, have sex thing.
Beyond the reach of the lava flows. But like
That's my second favorite bit.
Everything in Boatmurdered, there was a complication.
Say it.
Quote, "Diary, I regret to write that our deforesters are having difficulties. Some of the men are allergic to the sun and can only walk so far.
A lot of people in chat relate to that.
Before they become sickly and crawl back toward the fort, leaving trails of vomit in their wake. Other dwarves were ambushed by elephants in the southern parts of the forest where the magma could not reach. It goes without saying that the casualties were high. 2 dwarves died, and others were wounded and had to be dragged back to camp."
Of course, the elephants are still on the fucking attack. Oh my God. The sun allergy is a thing.
I figured...
Yeah.
Oh, I just figured that we could faff around a little bit for the first half of this video because I knew that you would want to pause less and less the closer we get to the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the sun allergy is something that happens to the dwarves when they're just like inside the fortress for too long.
Right, exactly. If dwarves are like don't see sunlight for long enough, then they get sick at the sight of sun.
So can it be reversed with sun like exposure? Like, can you gradually reverse
Yes, it can also be prevented with sun exposure.
Never forgets of
it
this.
is wise.
What's
it is generally wise to have your military train in the sun in case they have to go outside.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's not as important for like other dwarves, but
I have ordered the men to leave Elephant Grove alone, at least for the time being. End quote. The person who was next slated to take control of Boatmurdered was watching and lamented, "Oh God, you slaughtered the merchants and are going to leave me to deal with the invasion?"
Because the elves will now invade in response to them doing that.
Right, right.
But this slaughter was not enough to sate Marijuana. With the elephants to the south guarding the remaining trees, he built a bridge so that the lava could reach the far side of the river and the grove, and once this bridge was completed, he ordered the lever pulled. However, as soon as the lava spilled out into the field, the human trading caravan arrived, and they were completely engulfed in the flow, burning them all to death, along with their wagons full of goods. Lamenting this tragedy, Marijuana took solace by watching the lava continue to flow south towards the Elephant Grove, but despite the presence of the bridge, the lava would not pass over it.
Didn't work.
Mystic Mongol, who was still watching the thread, elucidated the problem. Quote, "You need an aqueduct. The aqueduct needs to be made of stone. You just murdered dozens of our best trading partners, you bastard."
I guess you could say they got boat murdered.
Quote. After waiting for the lava to dissipate, Marijuana built an aqueduct and again released the flow, this time engulfing the grove.
Amazing that it murdered the traders and did nothing else. It did nothing else.
Yeah, it just killed the traders.
So
That's all he did with it.
That's so good.
And the elephants along with it. Now, all that remained of the approach to Boatmurdered was a vast, burnt hellscape. Inside the fortress, conditions were not much better. Depressed dwarves continued to mill about the halls, while others went mad for lack of materials demanded by their fey moods.
Take a shot!
The dwarf named for Sankus continued to produce high-quality carvings in the walls and floor, at least one of which was now of the human caravan burning in the lava. With little hope for the future, Marijuana made the decision to build a monument to himself in the form of a large lizard, demanding that nearly every dwarf be assigned.
Yeah, because it's over. Like, the guy knows it's over.
Yeah, he's just like,
the task.
Fuck
While
this.
they were constructing it, however, another goblin siege appeared.
I wonder how many people, because you think you could get the save file and go here in adventure mode and just go walk around?
I don't know if anyone still has the save file anymore. It might be one of those things that's just lost.
Yeah.
And while he didn't know it yet, this was the siege that would set off a chain reaction of events that would finally bring about the long-predicted end of Boatmurdered.
A good end, right?
Everyone was happy. Well, I'll put it this way. No one was suffering at the end.
Yay!
Just like with every other goblin siege, Marijuana performed the routine releasing of molten rock into the world to burn away the goblins, but this time, there were two unexpected effects. First, the lava damaged the artwork that Sankus the dwarf had inscribed on the monument outside. Such a transgression sent him into a tantrum. Second, the lava was able to make its way to a wooden catapult, lighting it on fire. Smoke began billowing out from it, flooding not only the outside, but the hallways and rooms of Boatmurdered with smoke. Somehow, Sankus found himself suddenly on fire, and this catapulted his tantrum into a violent, frothing rage, which he then directed towards any living thing near him. After attacking a young dwarf and a cow, he turned his attention
Fred, no.
Don't you say a goddamn thing.
to a Marks dwarf, whom he pinned and began beating for so long that the Marks dwarf also caught fire and died shortly after Sankus succumbed to the flames. The other dwarves would soon follow suit, given their limited accommodations, tattered clothing, unstable food and drinks.
Amazing. That beating must have been incredible to watch. Like, he
Right.
beat him so hard, he caught fire. Basically.
Supply, inability to meet nobles' demands, constant death, and a nearly endless list of other indignities,
awesome.
this smoke was enough to send many of the dwarves into a tantrum as well, and they began flailing at the dwarves around them. The death of nearby dwarves sent even more dwarves into violent fits, and they began turning on one another just in time for a horde of mandrills to attack under the cover of smoke. Quote, "The carnage did not stop with the death of Sankus. More and more dwarves are tantruming, and fighting is near constant in the streets. There are only 5 nobles left alive now. Why? Because nobles are goddamn weak.
It's like Black Friday in there. Holy shit.
If you've got to bet on 10 tantruming nobles or a goddamn swordmaster, the choice is clear." End quote. This chain reaction continued for 3 weeks straight. Quote, "No matter what I do, they just won't stop dying. There are now 39 living dwarves in Boatmurdered, of whom 10 are injured, 2 are jailed, and several are insane. At least the smoke and miasma make it difficult to see the burning bodies and pools of blood mixed into vomit." When Sankus asked what had caused the uproar, Marijuana replied, "It's the smoke. There is a permanent cloud of it, driving everybody mad. It makes everybody just an inch from snapping, so if the tiniest little thing goes wrong, someone is going to go berserk." And when that berserk
It's just like an annoying smoke, you know.
dwarf kills another dwarf's baby, the father goes berserk and kills a cow, and that causes the cow lady to go mad and break the well, and so on until everybody is mad. Even now, dwarves on the sick beds of the barracks are beginning to rip each other apart.
Marijuana is an exceptionally good username. I've been thinking that all night.
End quote.
It is,
When
yeah.
Marijuana attempted to order the gates closed to end the constant stream of smoke into the fortress, the few remaining obedient dwarves found themselves unable because a burning corpse was blocking the path to the lever. Desperate to complete one worthwhile thing during his turn, Marijuana ordered every remaining dwarf to continue construction on the monument. As his turn came to a close, he wrote, quote, "At last the smoke is rising, and the cycle of death in Boatmurdered is coming to an end. The population of the fortress seems to have stabilized at 27 dwarves, with the last death occurring a little over 2 weeks ago. Happy fucking New Year's, you poor bastards. Almost everyone in Boatmurdered is dead. Those who aren't are either insane or hopelessly overworked. My condolences to whoever governs Boatmurdered next, because you have your work cut out for you."
What do you think is like a really high population for a save file of a fortress in this game?
You can get into the hundreds.
The hundreds.
Like, you end up hitting slowdown. I think like thousands, like like you can get up like over 1,000, I think. But
around
you end up
1K
hitting slowdown.
Around 1K would be considered a lot. But
Yeah,
what do you mean slow down? Like, what happens? Like what do you mean by that?
Like, there's just so much to keep track of that the game starts slowing down really bad. Like because
it's hard
the
on
simulation
on the
is so
PC.
granular. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
It overloads the. Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Even modern versions of the game, like the Steam game, still has this problem.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Most people choose to max out at around 200. No shit. Okay.
Just how bad is fucking Boatmurdered doing? Take a look.
So how do you stop them from breeding past a certain amount? What do you?
I think that it like.
How do you stop them from having
I actually don't know. I haven't gotten that far in the game.
Sex. You give them some condoms.
End quote. Beneath this.
End quote.
This was a screenshot of the summary.
Every time Fred says end quote, I leak a little bit of pre.
Of Boatmurdered. just as
That's
he
normal.
indicated.
Normal, right? That's normal. That's the intended effect.
Indicated, only 27 dwarves remained, just 2 of whom were nobles. What's more, while there was a large food stockpile, the fortress was completely dry, with no drink to be found. He concluded by writing, quote, "And my monument? Yeah, I finished it. I meant to make half a goddamn lizard, and nobody will say otherwise if they know what's good for them." End quote. Soon after the
I love that.
file was passed to the next person in line, named Gorilla Medic, another immigrant wave arrived, consisting entirely of 20 nobles. Nobles now outnumbered working dwarves 22 to 16.
That's absolutely insane.
Then, in a
This
sudden
is such a kick in the balls.
Yeah, this is like, come on now.
of carnage, somehow, dwarves began lighting themselves on fire, their charred corpses littering the floor. Miasma filled the halls of Boatmurdered, concealing the carnage. This fire spread again and again until one of the final 5 dwarves slew 2 others, then wandered into the fire.
What a Chad.
Finally, and suddenly, in midsummer, there were only 2 dwarves remaining, an elite and well-equipped swords dwarf, and a lone child. It was at this point that Gorilla Medic declared Boatmurdered finished. To commemorate its ending, another forum user, Evil Slug, wrote what would come to be known as the finale. Quote, "The fortress of Boatmurdered burns, without and within. All is smoke and fire. Everybody is dead, save 2. I ask you to picture a lone, abandoned child and the well-known madman, Gorilla Burial Gears, outside the heavily decorated mountainside entrance. The child plays in a bone pile, simple-minded and happy. She seems oblivious to the death and decay that surrounds her on all sides. Once a celebrated hero, Gorilla Burial Gears has found himself helpless as this idiot child when he was needed the most. The would-be ruler silently mourns for the poor child's future, while he knowingly and selfishly prepares to leave her behind. As he pulls on his pack and begins searching for the road, the girl suddenly yells, "Shiny!" and thrusts a pebble toward him. Gorilla reaches out to take the smooth stone and rubs it thoughtfully between his fingers while returning an empty smile. The girl quickly goes back to her bones, and he takes the opportunity to leave. This is all he knows to do. Killing her would be a service, but his swords seem too heavy for the task. Or is it his heart? He once more rubs the stone and decides this is how it must be. He simply cannot kill her. One of the greatest dwarven warriors to ever live, unable to kill a child. He would find it pathetic and laughable were he still sane. Alas, his very soul is broken, along with his mind. The famed dwarven warrior now finds himself too emotionally weary to do more than mindlessly pilot his body towards safer fields or a pitiful and uncelebrated death.
Amazing.
After a bit of searching, Burial Gears finds the outline of the main road and begins to follow it towards civilization. The only coherent thought he can seem to muster will ultimately become his mantra and his sole reason for continued life in the early months of his upcoming journey. Any place is better. I must press on. I ask that you picture this dwarven champion pausing briefly atop the last ash-encrusted ridge in the distance. In the waning light of a setting sun, he looks back upon the gaping, smoking maw of Hell's Door one last time. At this moment, he finally sees Boatmurdered for what it truly is, a wicked and foreboding blight upon the surrounding lands. The windswept and charred landscape robs him of any tears he might have produced. All are dead at
Boatmurdered is New Jersey? That was a cheap shot. I don't even mean that. I just thought it'd be funny.
Boatmurdered. The best dwarves he has ever known. Gone. In his mind, the blood of the dozens he could not save will eternally stain his hands. In his head, he will forever hear the scream.
It's Ohio. It's just insert whatever, your opinion is, whatever you think.
It's
Whatever
just
would
the
be
East
funny
Palestine disaster.
Whatever would be funny to you. Oh, yeah. Actually, yeah.
Yeah, there's that one.
The dead as they burned or murdered one another in the last days of the once proud fortress.
He's talking about the fucking train, the train
I'm talking about Ohio.
In Ohio.
Gorilla burial gears absently tucks the child.
Yeah, they're ready to get offended at you.
Rock into his pack and turns to leave for good, his head hung low. His words trail behind him as he disappears over the ridge. It is a haunting whisper, quickly stolen away by the wind. All burn. And then he is gone. High atop the cliff, a lone child waves goodbye and chases her gesture with the kind of carefree laughter only youth can enjoy. She then returns to her game with a pair of pretty stones, almost immediately forgetting about the nice dwarf in the shiny suit. This unfortunate young girl will come to be known in legend as Dodok Saber Frenzies, last survivor of Boatmurdered. In all cultures, both name and place will come to elicit hushed tones and ultimately grow to be synonymous with doom of the very soul itself. End quote. While the fall of Boatmurdered was final, its legacy would live on long after its collapse. Other popular games would pay homage to it by naming characters or weapons after
that's like an NPC in WoW?
Yeah.
No shit.
Certain aspects of the fallen.
The burning axe of Sankus. That's in Diablo. Diablo 3. Oh no, no shit.
An obsidian axe wielded by the mad Sankus as he turned on his own men inside their fortress. Even as he burned to death himself, he would not stop his attacks on those he had once ruled.
That's fucking incredible, actually.
Fortress, and when the game finally received a release on Steam with enhanced graphics and music,
this is what I actually haven't seen it. This is what it looks like.
One of the tracks
the menu screen
would be named after it, Koganu-sam, the dwarven word for Boatmurdered, in which the vocalists solemnly sing the name with no other lyrics. This song plays whenever a fortress finally falls in anyone's game.
That's great.
Ensuring that the legacy and extraordinary failure of Boatmurdered will always be remembered.
That's great. Yeah. That's it? Oh, Fred.
Yep.
That was beautiful, man.
Thank you.
That was an awesome, awesome video.
Thank you. I feel like everyone did well. Ryan's music was great for it.
Yeah, Ryan's stuff sounds awesome. Fred, can you thank that one gift sub in chat? Can you thank that Anon? Can you read that one out, please?
Which one?
Yeah, just scroll up a little bit. Read that one out for me.
Oh, thank you for gifting a sub to Dwarf_Seaman.
Thank you so much, Anon. Thank you. Yeah, and I loved Vex's art and the
Vex's art was great. Yeah, we just need a little space. I would have loved to have more, but like
not enough time. You guys ran out of time.
We just kind of had to keep moving. Yeah.
Yeah, I think at a certain point you just sort of got to be like, we got to finish this video and move on to other stuff, right?
Right, and it's like, well, I also didn't want to undermine one of the things I really wanted to do, which was allow the viewer to gradually come to understand what represented what, right? Eventually you look and you're like, oh, that's grass. Oh, that's burnt grass.
Yeah.
Right, after a while.
Right. Yeah, you would have lost that if you had them do more art, yeah.
Too much art, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I would highly recommend listening to the music, because there was music, there was fan-made music that was made a part of the Steam release.
Yeah.
Including, like I mentioned, Koganu-san.
Yeah.
You should definitely look that up and listen to that.
I will.
If not now for everyone to hear, then like sometime on your own, because it's great.
You want me to let's check it out real quick.
Yeah.
It's called.
Yeah, do it.
Can you spell it for me? KNG. Right?
Koganu-san. KOG.
USAN.
KOG. Koganu-san. KOG.
I'm having a real hard time with this, bro. Here we go. Okay. Here it is.
There it is at the top.
The Boatmurdered song.
Great. Yeah.
Music to murder your boats to.
This plays every time a fortress falls.
Amazing.
In the Steam version.
That's awesome. I don't know. This game is still very intimidating to me. I don't think I would ever play this game, yeah. It's very, yeah, somber. Haunting. The Steam version is good. They cooked.
Yeah, they did.
It sounds like a dirge.
Yeah.
Do adventure mode because it's easier to understand. Again, another thing. It's RimWorld. Like, I'm also very intimidated by RimWorld.
RimWorld is directly influenced by Dwarf Fortress.
Right. Yeah. It's the spiritual successor that I've heard. You know. The Steam version has a very good tutorial, but you'll hate it anyway. It seems a little too fuck, man. A little. It just seems a little too challenging for me. I don't know. It seems a little too dense is the word I'm going to use. Dense, like a dense bag of shit. But listen.
By the way,
yeah. What's
the
up?
Dwarf Fortress music, just in general, is really good. Like background stream music. Would recommend.
Not going to get claimed?
Yeah. No, not at all.
So here's the deal, Fat. I'm going to wrap up this stream really soon. So
I have
what's up?
One other song from this that you should definitely play before we end.
All right, we'll do. Send it over.
That is higher. Yeah, let me go and find it.
Losing is fun. Yeah. But before we wrap up, I do just want to take a minute to say thank you to everybody who subbed and resubbed and gifted subs and supported bits and shit. Thank you for all the support, everybody, tonight, and hanging out. Thanks for watching. It really means a lot. Makes a big difference. So thanks for being here, guys. And Fred, thanks for doing this with me, man. You made an awesome fucking video here, dude.
Oh, thank you.
It's really got
I'm really glad you liked it. I'm really glad that it was comprehensible.
It's really got my
that was the big fear.
But yeah, it's super easy to digest. It's really got my boner raging, and I did enjoy to get to return to something with you that we had done together, something we had looked at together on stream, like 5 years ago or something, which is fucking crazy. And guys, if you enjoy Fred and his his dulcet tones, please use the link in the fucking title of the stream to follow his Twitch channel. He's doing some wonderful things over there, like some what do you got? Some like sex RP? What do you got going on over there?
I mostly just fuck.
He mostly just does like weird
sex. Like, you get to
RP.
watch me fuck.
Yeah. Debut. And yeah, he just does like weird sex RP. It's kind of hot. The Lost Sibling.
This song is sung entirely in the Dwarvish language.
Oh, it has actual lyrics.
Yeah, it has lyrics and it has the translation on screen.
All right, we're gonna peep it. We're gonna peep that shit. I'm gonna do this too. I just want to put this in chat for anybody here who might be new. Check me out on Twitter and YouTube, and join our awesome Discord servers. You get stream notifications every night. You get all kinds of other shit going on in there. Just check out the Discord, guys. It's a good time. Check this out.
Thank you for the stream, Mike and Cal Femboy. This was very beautiful. Wide Among Us gay sex. PogChamp. I almost put like watching Boatmurdered with he hulked a loogie. Is it like it's not related to Boatmurdered though, right?
No, not this one.
Yeah. So they made a whole language for this game, huh?
You bet.
And the old Tolkien / Klingon route.
Oh yeah. And then they use it to make the stupidest names possible.
Yeah, you sure that's not just Swedish? Like, Joel just talks like that? There's several languages, really.
Yeah, there's Elvish. I think there's even human. Goblin, I think.
They made a goblin language.
I think so. Maybe.
Fucking insane. Dude, they got the Vushlam Rathdol Umama Sirab? Get the fuck out of here. Oh, buddy, you can't just say that, man. Swedish was invented for Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, that's where they got it from. That's where it came from. Before Dwarf Fortress, Swedish people just grunted at each other and shit.
In 2006, Swedes began to be able to communicate with one another.
Yeah. Huge development in Sweden. Yeah, it's actually like a fun song.
Right?
Yeah.
This song plays when there's a party in your tavern.
Alright. Well, good shit.
Yeah. A good closing, I thought.
Yeah, hell yeah. Well, I am gonna close it out. Any closing remarks, Fred? Yeah, I mean, I have one.
Juicero.
Fucking Jesus Christ.
Serve your tech feudal overlords.
Yeah. What is it? The digital serfdom? What the fuck is it called? Techno-feudalism. That we live in that now, right? That's what we live in now. That's awesome. That sounds I'm sure that's good. I'm sure that's a great thing. That's good. Guys, I'm gonna see you on Friday. We're gonna do a little bit of that. I think YouTube poo. It's gonna be fun. I think. So I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys over there. Fred, thanks for hanging out, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're gonna do a little. I think next week we'll do some on real estate. And
sounds good to me.
Yeah. All right. Have a beautiful night, guys, and I'll see you. I'll see you Friday.
Bye, everyone.